don't understand. What has my life come to? It seems like whatever I do, wherever I go, something keeps giving me a new kind of head trauma. I'm not the kind of person that is always getting injured. This is not my life. I don't do anything but stay in the house and manifest purgatory for unsuspecting electronic devices. It's almost as if my life has been reduced down to a bit in a YouTube video.
Remember this. Oh, you don't remember this? Well, I guess that makes sense, because you didn't grow up in China in the 2000s. And those of you who do know what this is, what do you think you really know, do you? Alright, fine, I'll wait. Go ahead and recite an entire Did You Know gaming video. I want to hear more about the iQue, come on, let's go. Oh, wait, you want me to do it? You want me to tell you about the iQue? Okay, fine. Well, this one's fake. You can do some crazy shit with the 3D printer nowadays. Look at this. 6 figures of industrial machinery versus a few bucks at AliExpress. So what this is a replica of is the Nintendo iQue player. It was a Nintendo 64 in a controller. It was only released in China for some reason. You would plug an AV cable right in there, connect it to your Chinese CRT TV, and then you could play Chinese Zelda and Chinese Mario. And Chinese a bunch of other stuff. Why am I even telling you about it? Well, dear viewer, the iQue player has been reborn.
Hazardous radiation detected.
I have been patiently waiting for a long time for this. Allow me to introduce the Tecno Pocket Go, a new game wonderland. Wow, the camera does not like this box. Okay, well, let's get the box out of here. I asked Tecno, the maker of this thing, if they would give me this for free. In fact, I practically demanded it, held them at gunpoint. They had no choice. Supposedly, it is the smallest Windows PC handheld, and after today, that's only going to be partially true. Connect any phone with Type-C. I think they are referring to the AR glasses Wait a second. AR glasses. Yeah. AR glasses. Oh my god. I really hope they double down on Gauss's and we see Gauss's written everywhere. God, that would be so funny. Well, personally, I am a big fan of Gauss's. Tecno did want me to let you guys know that this packaging is not final. Gauss's will be corrected for retail packaging. Boundless 6D immersion, vision track technology, 0 to 600 degree diaper adjustment. So Tecno, I believe they make phones. I don't really know if they have much of a presence here in the US though. Alright, let's see, here's their website. Say I wanted a Cam-On. I'm really into that 30S Pro. Alright, Tecno, close the deal. How do I get it? Oh, from fucking Temu. Okay. This seems like a very real phone. That does not infringe on anyone in particular's copyright. Okay, actually, this appears to have been a real thing. I thought they just completely ripped off Transformers for some reason, but no, this is legit. Oh, the dream of the Gausses is dead. There it is, glasses. So I believe the whole idea with this thing is that these are kind of together. You are intended to use the AR glasses with the controller/computer. Can you see how this is coming back to the iQue now?
Me when I finally unbox my Gausses.
They are very tight. I do not think they were made for my giant American watermelon of a head. This is kind of weird. They just stacked up a bunch of like little foam pads or something? I wonder if that's what's keeping the visor thing on. Well, they said you can connect this to any Type-C phone. Oh. The adjustment is probably just off. But currently all I could see was just 2 copies of my phone. They weren't like merging into one. Let me see if I can fix that. Okay, so it does work. It just feels like the picture is extremely close to my eyes and it kind of hurts to focus on. And the speakers are, well, they're functional. It's very difficult to try and show you guys what's happening. Because, how the heck am I supposed to film this? Okay, well, how about the thing that I can film? How about smallest PC handheld cross-device linking? In the industry, we call this a SPUCL. Pocket Go. I don't know whose pocket this is intended to be fitting in. It's not exactly tiny. Oh my god. Okay, this is sick. Admittedly, it does kind of smell like Sharpies. I thought that this felt kind of light when I took it out, but I guess that's because it has this gigantic removable battery. High energy density battery, 50 watt hours. Is that a lot? Okay, well the Steam Deck battery is 40 watt hours, so this is 10 more of those. I like that it's removable. I really like that. Because in theory, then, you could get a second one, and then you could get a dedicated charger, and then you'd never have to stop gaming. Ever. You just get your Tecno, do a little bit of a tactical reload here, slap that cover back on, and you're ready to game. Once again. Alright, Tecno. I'm listening. I'm excited. There is also a, admittedly, very fancy USB cable. I really hope this is, like, actually good. Because I've come across a lot of nice USB cables in my time that were only good for charging. This is not a USB 2 household. It has a very, Xbox 360 D-pad. I don't really say that in a nice way. The absolute height of this boy. Yeah, it's a bit floaty. The triggers are very chunky. I like the triggers. What the heck? These are actually humongous. Look at all the travel. This thing can go to another continent. Oh, well that was the power button. So did I turn it on? I don't hear the fan. Yeah, there's a fan. Remember, this is an entire PC. This is just built for the gamer that's like, you know, I really like holding a controller, but I really wish I was also holding a NUC. So many mysterious buttons. Hold on a second. Is that the Ubuntu button? Coincidence? I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know about the naming Pocket Go. This is not pocketable. It is not. Could you put this in your pocket? No. Okay, well could you put this in your pocket? You know I don't leave the house without that thing on me. The Tecno Prison Pocket Go. Alright, Tecno. Let's see what you got. Oh, she's ready. Hear that? Raw gaming power. Well, it does appear to be computing. I guess we should probably plug in a display. One HDMI adapter later, and... What? No. They didn't. There's no way. No way, dude. Look at this, they didn't even bother to rename this one. No way. I have to try. There's no way, dude. No way. I need to know, please. They can't just be that brazen. There's no way. What do you mean? You can't do that. You can't. You cannot do that. Okay. Well, why am I reacting like this? Well, for one, these are straight up pirated games. These are not GOG games. These are cracks. And two, legal and ethical issues aside, running cracked games lets you play them without any kind of DRM, or anti-cheat for that matter. And without those running in the background, in some cases, games can run much better, which is great. Except not on a device that was sent out for the sole purpose of showing potential customers how this thing is expected to perform. Every review that evaluates the performance of the Pocket Go based on these included games has the potential to over-represent what this thing can actually do. And sure, running without DRM is probably only going to gain you like a couple FPS, if anything. But apart from having no DRM, I also have no way of knowing if Tecno messed with these game installs by adding things like performance mods or custom configs to gain an unfair advantage. I'm not saying that's what's happening, I'm just saying it's possible, and it would not surprise me. And to properly find out, I'd have to test all of the included versions of each game side by side with the official versions, and that sounds annoying to do, and this video will be boring. And it's just not what you want out of a Bringus video anyway. You want to see this. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That's another crash, ladies and gentlemen. Press PP button now. This thing doesn't have genitals. Oh my... Dude, stop! What are you doing? I'm no reviewer. Reviewing is not what I do. I am going to show you some gameplay later to show you generally what this thing can do in SteamOS, but if you want a detailed, analytical look at this thing. Well, normally I'd suggest someone for you to go watch, but I don't know who did and who didn't use these included games in their testing. So I guess if you want to see a proper review of this thing, then you can go watch ETA Prime's video. All the games he tested were not the included ones, except for one. He did test Forza Horizon 5. Everything else was other games. Anyway, on with the video, which, remember, is not a review. Alright, thank you, Tecno. I'm sure your software is fine and very usable. I can download the no upgrade. Nice. I love downloading nothing. This has Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. Oh, oh, dude. You can take the device out of China, but you can't take the China out of the device. Okay. Alright, well, I got the dirty cherry keyboard out a little prematurely, because I do want to take it apart and see if we can see what makes the Tecno tick. However, if it looks like that I'm not going to be able to take it apart without causing irreparable harm, I'm going to have to throw in the towel pretty quick, because I really don't want to break it. Not interested in that. Okay, what are the odds we have screws? 4 of them right under the battery. So what does removing those 4 screws allow me to do? I'm spooked. It's not like there's an iFixit tutorial for this. I don't know how it comes apart. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I can't seem to figure it out, and I'm going to cause irreparable harm. That's just a guarantee. All right, screws are going back in. I've wasted enough of your time. I know what you're here for. Tecno, meet Bazzite. I've been told a lot of you enjoy this particular soundbite, so we'll indulge once more.
Bazzite, 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 Bazzite.
Oh my god. That dude puts Microsoft Sam to shame for creepiest text-to-speech. Bazzite. Welcome to Bazzite Deck 40. It's been a while, Bazzite. Bazzite is a Steam Deck-like operating system, good for Steam Deck-like devices. I think you could consider this thing a Steam Deck-like device. A screenless, touchpadless Steam Deck thing. I just don't really like Windows. Wait. Huh? Oh. Okay. I don't really like Windows, I say, as Linux shits itself. I think I tried to delete the partition that Bazzite was on the flash drive. Oh. Yup. She gone. Alright, one moment while I remake my Bazzite installer. Alright, what if we didn't immediately click through this? Okay, just the PCIe SSD, and that should be it. Done. Reclaim space. Last time I hit delete all, but that might not have been the right thing to do. Just under this SSD, delete, and that should do it. We're not touching the flash drive. I don't even know where the flash drive is. Reclaim. Okay. Begin installation. Shit, what are you so mad about? The flash drive is still there. Look, SDA. All right, we're gonna go on a slight detour. Goodbye, Bazzite. Hello, mini tool. Turn on. I'm gonna just erase this entire SSD. Goodbye. Apply. See you later. We'll get out of here. Goodbye, mini tool. Welcome back, Bazzite. One more time, little buddy. 476 gigabytes free. You cannot possibly be mad now. Begin. There we go. Benvindo. Huh. This is gonna be a problem. Okay, well, that's gonna be a later problem. Don't mind the fact that that could ruin this entire thing. We'll just keep going with mouse and keyboard. How about that? Well, we did it. We've got SteamOS. But does it really matter if the controller does not work? Because currently it just makes this a very strangely shaped mini PC. So depending on who you are, this is either going to be good news or very bad news. But we're going to have to mess around in Linux. It appears that Tecno connected the controller over USB. There it is right there, Tecno controller. However, I think they probably did not do it in a way like a normal controller, because look at that. Gamepad tester does not see it. It appears to be USB HID. At least that's a standard of some kind. Bazzite has this thing called input remapper built into it, and I believe we can use it to remap the controller to be an actual controller. Oh, Tecno controller mouse? Sure. Okay, it's recording. Up. Nothing. Nothing at all. Okay. Very good. What if it's this keyboard? Up. No, it's not the keyboard. Does this program work at all? All right, cherry keyboard, record, F. That was D, but it works. So, what the heck? Okay, how about we try this other slightly more different tool? Handheld Daemon is a project that aims to provide utilities for managing handheld devices. I would love my handheld device managed right about now. Welcome to the Handheld Daemon Configurator. This is an app you can use to configure your device. With default settings, you need to enter a security token. This token can be found below. Okay, so I just copy this, and then we paste it in the terminal, I imagine. Oh, no such file or directory. That's one hell of a token. Connect. Could not connect. Is Handheld Daemon running? I don't know. Why are you asking me? You're the Handheld Daemon.
They're not.
Oh my god. Good afternoon. Local dumb complains about an unreleased gaming handheld not fully working on his obscure operating system. Early reports indicate that Discord user Ontheus from the Universal Blue Discord server was able to restore controller functionality using their Linux f***ery skills. Fixes are expected to be pushed upstream to Bazzite so that prospective Tecno Pocket Go buyers who wish to install this OS, which I'm sure is a demographic of people that surely exists, can rest easy, knowing that their stupid computer thing should just work. Ain't it a beautiful thing? No dirty cherry keyboard required. And Tecno actually did something that makes me very happy. They put extra buttons on this thing. Because you got start and select, or whichever one those are nowadays. But then under that, you got this one, which does what the Steam Deck does when you hit its left button. And then you got this one, which also does the thing that the Steam Deck does with its right button. But also, we've got a center button. The Steam Deck does not have a center button. But when we hit it, we get this nifty little menu. This is like a special Bazzite only thing. I already absolutely cranked the TDP, but this lets us do some wacky stuff like choose which controller we're emulating. This thing actually has a gyro in it, so I chose DualSense. Remember the Ubuntu button? You hit that. Oh, we have to be in a game for that. Hold on. Okay, now that we're in game, watch this. Hit the button. Bam, we get a keyboard. I think you can replicate that by just doing this. Yeah, okay. Well, it's one less thing you gotta hit. That's a win in my lazy book. Quality Ultra, 1080p, no VSync. Motion blur, long? Yeah, my motion blur is about that long too. This controller rumble is horrific. You guys gotta hear this. Okay, I put it on the table to amplify it. Just listen to this. It's like clicking. It feels like there's probably really big rumble motors in there and they're just having a hard time spinning up really quickly or something? I don't know. It's just these giant quick impacts. They're so loud. It's running all right though. It's doing the thing that this game kind of just does where every once in a while it has a terrible slowdown, but you know, the exact same issue happens on my Steam Deck and on my living room PC, so maybe this game just doesn't like Linux? I don't know. For the most part, it runs fine though. Oh, I didn't even tell you guys what the CPU and GPU is on this thing. Remember what I said about how I'm not a reviewer? Yeah, this is what I mean. I am determined to not use a keyboard. Neo Fetch. Aren't you not supposed to use Neo Fetch anymore? Didn't a developer abandon it to go run like a farm or something? I don't even know if that's true, but that's what I was told. It is a Ryzen 7 8840U with Radeon 780M graphics, parentheses 16, 11.46 gigabytes of RAM. I'm guessing that is 16 gigabytes, but some of it is shared with the GPU. They do actually have a 32 gig model of this thing, but that is not the one they sent over. GTA 5, 1080p. We're gonna be reasonable with the anti-aliasing this time and just do FXAA. Every time I go into either graphics? Well, no, what's happening? If I go between these, I have to apply it every time. I'm not even changing anything. All right, we're cranking it. Very high, very high, very... Oh, ultra. AMD chus. Who would have guessed? Modern top-of-the-line computer thing plays game good. I swear, I have more fun playing on the... I hate to plagiarize, but the nuggets, than I do on this high-powered stuff. Like, yes, it is objectively impressive. This is an iGPU with, like, a laptop CPU, essentially. But it's just... It's not screaming. It's not in agonizing pain. I feel like if I don't get my torture fix, I'm gonna have to move on to torturing something else. And torturing people is not legal. Alright, I don't want to be reasonable anymore. MSAA. 8X. Apply. It doesn't care. It is telling me to take my 8X MSAA right now and shove it up my Doom Eternal. 1080p. No VSync. No HDR. What, do I look like I can afford that? Ultra Nightmare Motion Blur. I feel like you guys are gonna love that one. Ray tracing, we're gonna leave that off. We'll come back to that later. Overall quality, Ultra Nightmare. And I think that should do it. Wow. Nearly 60 FPS on Ultra Nightmare on an integrated laptop GPU? 10 years ago, I would have called you insane. I would tell you it is simply not possible. Yet here we are. Alright, I want ray tracing. It's not doing great. I mean, actually it kinda is. Keeping the fact that this is an iGPU in my brain, you know what? 30, 40 FPS, ray tracing enabled Ultra Nightmare. Honestly, this might be more of a testament to id's optimization than anything else. Oh, evil boy. Evil boy! This game was not made for controllers. This is just ridiculous. Hold on, I want to go all low. What is it going to report for frame rate at all low? Why is everything locked to 60? Disable frame limit. There we go. Well, now I feel like a bozo. Okay, so like 80, 90 FPS. This is all low, ray tracing off. I will be honest with you, I do not notice a change in quality. Modern games just look so good anyway. It's like, I'd rather play a game like this than use the whatever fancy scaling technology that they're doing nowadays. DLSS, FSR. What does FSR even stand for? Failure to simply render. That's what it... Okay. So you've seen what it can do. But a device like this, it transcends simply performance. It transcends benchmarks. It transcends FPS. This thing has gaming potential like you've never even thought of. You can game on your TV wirelessly over Steam Link, and when the connection starts to crap out, you can dig out an HDMI cable and use that instead. You can play using a tablet as the screen over Steam Link, and when the connection starts to crap out this time, you can just go fuck yourself. Oh, I can't just... Nope, you can't do that. You can play it with a competitor's AR glasses because the included ones really aren't that great. You can play it on your smartwatch over Steam Link, and then when that's too small, you can put it under a microscope and play it that way. And when that starts to suck really bad, just plug it right into the microscope and play it that way. Shout out to the iPad for letting me output video over Type-C to a dock and then into a capture card and then into the iPad. Gotta be one of my favorite ways to play Balatro. But truly, the best way to game with the Pocket Go. One moment while I assemble it. What do you get when you combine Pocket Go with a display that's not going to fit into literally anybody's pocket? 10.1 inches of gaming. You can't even fit that much gaming. Look at that. Unfortunately, my right angle USB adapter did not come in time for this video, so that's there. But this thing, it's truly incredible. I have spent a couple hours playing it like this, and this is far and away the best way to play this thing. Don't mind the fact that the battery life is now like less than 2 hours. Look at this. Look how this is put together. It's only mildly a disaster. And look at that. We still got a free Type-C port. We're just using one Type-C port into the dock. The dock is powering the monitor. The dock is outputting HDMI. What else do you need? Nothing. In the center of mass on this thing, look at this. It's not even, like, it's fine. It does not feel too top heavy. I'm gonna link this monitor in the description. It's just a little portable monitor I got off of Amazon, but this thing is amazing. The colors on it are fantastic. The pixel density is fantastic. What is it? It's kind of a weird one. 1920 by 1280. I think that's like 3:2.
Yes.
Some games get a little bit weird with that resolution, but you can always just fall back to 1080p. The whole thing is bolted together with this chastity cage thing that I made. It only slightly blocks the vent. There's truly, oh, wait, hold on, let me get the lights. There is truly nothing better than this. It might not have trackpads, it might not have a touchscreen, it might have a highly questionable battery life, but you know what? If you just want a massive screen and powerful hardware to boot, this is it, baby. This is it. I think 1X players got a thing kinda like that, but less this, but I like mine better. I have to say that for its self-esteem. All right, I think that's gonna be it. Thank you, Tecno, for sending this thing over. Thank you for watching this. And thank you, supporters, who should be on the screen right about now. Begun, the Ram Wars have. Every last grain of sand has been drafted into the cause. They told them that their sacrifice would be noble, that a chance like this only comes around once in a 3-year product life cycle. Consumers watched as young hopeful Ram sticks left their Newegg carts, leaving behind nothing but empty DIMM slots in their homes. I was in love with him from the day I first saw his big, beautiful RGB strips staring back at me, a mother said. I was going to teach him to overclock, how to live with his neighbors in dual channel, when to correct a bit flip, and when to just let it go. But serving your data center is more important than any of that, the young Dim thought. I've heard the shareholders. I understand what's at stake for them. I have to do my part in advancing human society to secure the future of the Silicon people. But deep down, he knew that there was still something weighing on his mind. As the businessmen at the Micron factory secured his batch for the war effort, he couldn't help but have one last thought about the woman peering longingly at him through her screen. Maybe someday, maybe in another life, I would love to be at home, opening cases, with you. As gamers tried to move on from their grief, one question still remained. If we can't pay the cost to keep our motherboards populated, with what will we possibly game on? That was probably better than nothing. So this is not really something that Arduino usually makes. Usually they make these, and now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think this comparison was very helpful. Hold on, let's open it up. The typical regular Arduinos are what you would call a microcontroller. You plug wires into these things, and then you plug those into motors or LEDs or whatever. You write some basic code for it. It can do all kinds of fun stuff. I wonder if it supports fire. But a typical computer, it is not. Not in the way you and I think about computers. The new one, on the other hand, will you see that? Qualcomm. Been hearing a lot about Qualcomm recently.
Qualcomm laptop.
Steam Frame is powered by Qualcomm.
Qualcomm laptop.
New lineup of laptops featuring Qualcomm laptop.
Going Qualcomm.
Qualcomm Snapdragon X laptop.
Massively disrupted by Qualcomm.
You weren't supposed to use it beyond the Qualcomm Daily Driver Challenge.
The Steam Frame, which is the VR glass for the gaming. So that actually runs the Snapdragon in ARM.
Qualcomm.
You can tell this is a computer because Qualcomm has real computers now. Look at this. This is a Qualcomm computer too. And you know what this probably reminds you of? It's kind of like the Raspberry Pi, like this one right here. That's not a PNG because I misplaced mine. And like the Raspberry Pi, this can run a full desktop computer operating system experience. Also, like the Raspberry Pi, this is ARM-based. That's the big difference between the old and the new one. And up until very recently, I have not thought that ARM-based. ARM weird, ARM different, ARM scary. This is x86. We like x86.
x86.
x86 CPUs, like this Intel Pentium G dipping balls, these are very familiar to us. They run Windows. And these, well, these don't really run Windows. I mean, they kind of do now. There's like a weird Windows ARM Snapdragon thing, but this isn't quite that. But also, most games and applications for computers nowadays are still made to run on one of these. A lot of things are possible on ARM now, like you can have a desktop experience with a web browser and I'm sure there's other things. But today we're gonna find out if it can do a little gaming. And based on these specs, well, 16 gigabytes of storage, 2 gigabytes of DDR4, Qualcomm Dragon Wing. That surely means something to somebody somewhere. It do be having the specs of my Android phone in 2014, but you know, if we can pull it off, we will be gaming for, what does this cost? $44 US. 40 of which I imagine were to get the 2 gigabytes of RAM. I'll be honest, folks, I don't even really know where to start. ARM is a weird ecosystem. Well, guess we'll just plug it in. I assume this is how you're supposed to use this, but I don't technically know. In goes the dock. Ooh. Okay, yeah, this is gaming.
Do you think we can game on this?
Okay, hold on, we're getting ahead of ourselves. This is just so strange. We're just gaming on like a peripheral. Well, we're not gaming yet. We are required to change our password immediately. Administrator enforced. Yes! Gaming. We're in. Okay, well, this was far too easy. So, how do we get Steam? Hold on, 16 gigs of storage. Not enough storage for gaming? Welcome back, Cheesa. This was that cool M.2 thing from the Christmas video. And it is actually larger than the computer. Okay, I know it's an Arduino, but like, what is this? Are you Debian? Yes. Upgrade yourself. Okay, well, while we're downloading more computer, I've managed to mount our drive, I think. Yes, okay. We have significantly multiplied the amount of space we have, which is really good because guess what? There's like 2.3 gigabytes left on the internal storage. Now, if this was a phone from 2014, this is the part where you just delete Talking Tom and you'll get like all of it back. But that is not the case for us. Cheesa to the rescue. Now, Steam. Is this the only Linux distro in the entire world not to come with Firefox? That's crazy. They are missing out on so many sales from furries right now. Okay, so the way that we're going to attempt to get this working today is with FEX. This is the underlying technology with the new Steam frame, because if you recall, that thing is also ARM, and it can also just play regular Steam games, and I'm sure it will not be janky and completely work the first try. So I'm going to be doing a lot of advanced copying and pasting real quick. This is an epic not window snapping moment. Well, this is going well. For Ubuntu, all those ones. Is that what we have? Oh my goodness, come on. Neo Fetch, where did it go? I thought they renamed it to this. Oh, wait, Fest Fetch. Silly me, Fest Fetch is not a thing here. Fest Fetch is in Vegas every month. Oh, duh, no wonder it doesn't work. This is Debian, Ubuntu's grandpa. Okay, well, for other distributions, here, sudo ninja install. Installing ninjas. What if I do it like that? Nope. This ninja appears to be incredibly skilled in stealth. I've been told it's ninja build. Here's the estimated walk-in shower price in 2026. Having this tab open is like ruining the computer. We probably don't have a lot of RAM to spare here. Yeah, 1.44 out of 1.7 gigs used. Oh geez, we have no swap space. Okay, DuckDuckGo AI answer. Let's see how decent you are. Okay, instructions followed. Restarting. Why? Why don't you like it? Okay, I changed it into a 18.5 gigabyte swap partition. See, no more swap file. And it seems to be happy now. I mean, who wouldn't be happy with 18.5 gigabytes of RAM? Okay, RAM downloaded. Anyway, back to installing Ninja. Nope, I think that's actually how you build the program, which we should probably download. This computer is so punishing if you misclick because it takes like 10 seconds to go back to the last page. Now we Ninja install. Cool. I feel like the guy from that GitHub meme. The one where he's like, I don't want code. I want the .exe. Give me the .exe. We seem to be downloading quite a lot now that I have cloned --recurse submodules. I don't want to run out of space. We're down to 2 gigs left. 1.8 gigs. I'm watching it dwindle before my eyes. Down to 400 megabytes. Oh, but it's done. I'm just now realizing that we're missing all of this crap. Okay, this is truly a Linux moment. If I keep the camera going, I truly think I'm going to fill my entire 72 terabyte NAS. This is gonna take a little bit. Now here's your cool transition to the next part of the video where I did all of this already. Despite the odds, it appears that I have a binary. This is the program. Pretend it said .exe at the end. I've had to follow this guide on my phone because the computer cannot reliably load the web page with only 1.7 gigabytes of free memory. An easy way to verify Fex works is running uname in the newly created emulated environment. And we do that with this, I guess. Looks like it works to me. Apparently it's fine. It says that just happens. We need to run fex root fs fetcher. Squash fuse unsquash fs or errors fuse is required to use this tool. Please install one before using. We're gonna go with squash fs because it sounds funny. Again, this is different. Rootfs not found. Do you want to try and download one? We've got a menu here. 4. Yes. Squash fuse doesn't work. Yeah, extract. Sure, dude. Oh, this is a good process. Fatal error. There's no space left on device. What do we do? I think we're gonna have to move the home folder. All right, pack up your stuff, Arduino. You're moving. Congratulations on your new home. Boom. Welcome home to your new home in the Cheesa. Okay, let's do this again. 4, 1, 1, 1. Now let's reclaim the old space. This feels like a horrifyingly bad command to run, but we have to run it. Goodbye. We now have 3.3 gigs free. The power at our fingertips. It looks like this worked. 1. Boom. We are now x86 compatible. That means we are good to install Steam? Steam. Steam not found. I suppose we should download it first. Oh, trusted not supported. Arduino Uno Q when childhood trauma. No packages found? Isn't a known XDG portal backend. It insists that there are no packages found. The Steam client may have limited functionality. This is not going excellently, but it is still doing things. Wait, hold on. What is this? Ooh. Well, she's not the fastest computer in the world. She's trying moderately hard, only using a gig of RAM. Are you hot? It's hovering above it. It feels a little warm. I mean, I can touch it. Hold on, where's the temperature, my bobber? Yeah, I mean, is that hot for little arm dudes? I don't know. Should we get him a heatsink? And then we just use a x86 CPU, like, as the heatsink. Okay, well, you just do your thing, little guy. I'll wait. Oh, it's hauling ass now! Man, things do not look like they're doing good in the console. And it launches anyway! I just can't wait until we exceed the RAM and then we have to start putting our RAM inside of our SSD, which is connected over USB. Oh, this is gonna be a good one. I'm so excited. ARM is such a weird beast. I can't wait to do more stuff with ARM now, especially with the Steam frame coming out. Remember, this is basically a Steam frame, and Fex is what it runs on. Valve hasn't announced the pricing for the Steam frame yet, but just so you know, Valve, this is $40. Try and stay competitive. Somehow our RAM usage is decreasing. We failed to do something on Vulkan. Failed to initialize device. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't imagine this thing has the most compatible GPU. I truly do not know if things are still working and it's just really slow, or if this has become a fool's errand with you and I as the fools. Nothing to do. Isn't this the part where the Steam login page shows up? We're using a hell of a lot more RAM all of a sudden. Yeah, okay, so much for Vulkan not working. That's a GUI to me. This is insane. You know, I recognize that we are not in a game. We're not even in the main Steam menu yet. But the fact that we're here at all, this is insane. ARM is so weird. Success. Ooh! Sorry for all the guttural noises, but I'm kind of like really excited about this one. I've wanted to do more weird ARM things, you know, because there's those projects like Box 86 and stuff like that. But ARM is so scary. I mean, to be fair, it has been a pain in the ass to even get to this point. A lot of mining was done off camera. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, we get to do the Valve hardware survey on this thing. Would you like to participate? Yeah. I want to see these results. I really want to see these results. Manufacturer Arduino. Model Emola. Form factor desktop, I guess. CPU vendor Genuine Intel. Oh yeah, I forgot we have a wireless CPU here. This sure supports a lot of x86 instructions. 1700 megabytes of RAM. Video card. Freedrino FD702. Truly the GPU of all time. They are going to love this one. You're welcome, Arduino. Representing out here on Steam for you. Okay, so it started to run really bad. The mouse has been flickering a lot. We're at like 4 gigs of RAM usage, most of which is now on the SSD. We've loaded the store. How about the library? Okay, we're gonna start with the baseline. Impressive. You know, when you think about this setup, this is such torture. And not even because of the fact that we have to like translate the CPU from x86 to ARM, even just downloading the game. The download's gonna come in off of Ethernet, it's gonna go into the Arduino, back out, and then go over to the SSD and save it into the RAM, where the data can then go back into the Arduino to be processed, and then back out, and then back into the SSD as SSD storage. All of that while processing HDMI 1080p 60 signal over that same cable, and yet it's still got up to 70 megabits per second internet. This is torturous, but holy shit. This is like a technological marvel. Oh my goodness, ARM is so cool. This is the most interesting, terrible hardware I have ever done anything with ever. I'm so impressed. The download is done. Now, normally I would install a bunch of other games, but I'm gonna say it, folks. I don't have a ton of hope for this, and I don't want to waste our time. For once. Going in. Well, it's performing. I want to try and give it its best shot. 720 by 480. Actually, we can probably go even lower. 640 by 480. The mouse is at about 0.2 FPS right about now. Oh, this is a big improvement. Look at that, we're getting 26 FPS. Holy cow. Load game. Black Mesa inbound, let's go. Hey, that's not too bad. That's not bad at all. Remember what it is we're gaming on here. Okay, this part it could be better. Do we have any audio? Oh, another Linux meme reference. Why are there no sound settings? I had to install an app to change the audio device. In theory, at least. I want to be really upset if I have to restart to get this to work. Do we really need audio? You guys know what Half-Life sounds like. Fine. Hold on. It's fine. I'm only gonna lose like years of my life waiting for this thing to reboot. It's fine. It's kind of your fault, but it's fine. It's fine. Wow. It doesn't support audio over HDMI. I could just record the dummy output to a file and then throw that in later when I'm editing, but that would require precious CPU cycles that I don't really think we can spare right now. Back in you go. I am aging. It's been 10,000 years since I restarted the computer. I am withering away. I am still of the opinion that this is not bad. This is far from the worst Half-Life gameplay that we've seen on this channel. I'm looking at you, receipt printer.
Good morning, and welcome to the Black Mesa Transit System. This automated train is provided for the security and convenience of the Black Mesa Research Facility.
You know, even some parts, look at this. This is like almost 40 FPS. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I have hope. Do not let me down, Arduino. That had to have been the longest Half-Life 2 launch I have ever been a part of. What did I do? What? Oh, I accidentally clicked episode 1. Okay, well, here's a good change, I guess. Wait, I've learned my lesson. I can't access the mod folder to turn off the ear rape mod. Oh, but we have no audio, so it's fine. The one time I actually remember to turn it off. I also just realized
I forgot to set all of the video settings to low. It's too late now. God help us.
Wow. I was certain it crashed. Well, yeah, it's running. Hey, you know, actually not the worst. For how long it took to actually get in-game, this is better than I expected. I think that's about 7 FPS up there. I love that this built-in Source Engine FPS monitor says 10 FPS, and the one up there is less than that. Glad we're all on the same page here. Oh, oops. Yeah, mods are definitely on. Actually, I'm leaking Half-Life 3 right now. Don't look, don't look! So what video settings did we end up with? Oh, it's all high. With anti-aliasing, oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna turn these all to low. I can't wait for this to come back in about 10 minutes. Well, an improvement it did not make. Still running at a rock solid 4 FPS. I think Eli is missing his head. Okay, well, yeah, this is terrible. I want to try something slightly more reasonable. Now you would think, oh, this is just some cute little 2D indie mini game kind of thing. Ah, it's gonna run great. But in fact, this game does not have a native Linux port. So that means that not only are we using FEX to translate x86 to ARM code, but before that, we also have to translate Windows to Linux code. So basically, I will be impressed if this works. You know, Steam, I think we got 2 different definitions of running. Okay, so that was a good experiment. Thank you very much. All right, how about Lego Star Wars? I believe this one also is not Linux native. I love that just downloading the game rockets the CPU usage to 100% on all cores. I really love that for me. It's not happy. All right, well, that doesn't work either. Okay, maybe a little bit less FEX torture is in order. I want to see how this thing does with a little bit of native ARM gaming. Why is that there? Open the parent folder. What do you mean? Oh. Believe it or not, an Arduino may or may not be the greatest emulation machine out there. I'm just gonna take a guess. We are running at solidly 30% of the regular speed of a Wii. This isn't even upscaled. This is just 1x resolution. Okay, how about GameCube?
Do you smell something burning?
Oh, it's actually kind of hot now. Don't worry, Arduino. Here's your heatsink, bro. Wow, 12% speed. I'm really feeling the energy here. All right, what's the verdict? Is this the new greatest gaming PC of all time? I'm gonna have to say no. Maybe pass on this one for gaming. I mean, even for like stupid little ARM emulation stuff, it's still probably not your first option. I do like this thing though, it's very cool. It's more interesting to me than a Raspberry Pi because everybody likes the Raspberry Pi. This thing lets me mess around with ARM single board computers and still be a contrarian. Okay, well, that's it. Thank you for watching, folks. This video was a torture to make and probably an even bigger torture to watch. Thanks for getting to the end. Subscribe if you haven't. Goodbye. Oh my god, my brain. My brain is too full of ideas for videos. I can't pick. I simply cannot pick. Welcome to the decision paralysis cope wheel. We've got videos like the prototype Steam controller, controller port satisfaction tier list, my life-changing purchases, King Jim, I'm not explaining that one. And today we're gonna spin the wheel and see what this here video is gonna be about. You already know because you read the title and thumbnail. And since I want us to be on the same page, I'm gonna go ahead and spin this wheel and find out what this here video's about right about now. Well, it's kind of exactly between those. Either way, they're both respin, so respin. And it's... Oh, it's King Jim! That's funny, that's the first one I put on here. All right, King Jim today. Behold. King Jim. Hashtag not my king. Okay, what is King Jim? I don't know. It runs on AA's. I'm sure these are 10,000 years old. Oh, that's filthy. We haven't had battery acid in a while. This is a nice change. Dear God. Why is it magnetic? Are all batteries magnetic? Okay, well, yeah, the tops and bottoms are, obviously. It didn't occur to me that, like, the sides of the battery would be magnetic. I'm also realizing how profoundly stupid it is to think that they wouldn't be. Because if you take the covering off, they're all metal. Okay, you know what? We're gonna cut that whole segment. I believe we are missing a cover of some kind. That's okay. Luckily, the contacts do not look super corroded, so I think we can just stick some more batteries in there and call it good. And I guess that'll do it. Okay, King Jim. King Jim is a laptop of some kind. There are Japanese characters on the keyboard, previous candidate, conversion, and katakana, hiragana, and romaji. Okay, not a clue what this one's for, but this makes sense. That's the different, like, symbol types in Japanese, I think. What about this one? Half-width or full-width kanji. I'm not certain what that means. There's a couple buttons up on the screen here. Okay, QR code, obviously, it says QR. That one is calendar. These ones are very tiny. The top is national language, middle is English and Japanese, and the bottom is Japanese English. Yes, very different, but kinda not. Man, this screen, this is a tiny screen. Roughly 5 3/4 inch screen. I have a bad feeling it's gonna be in black and white. Man, is that battery acid? Ooh, I think battery acid got all over this thing. Oh, we'll be lucky if it even works. Yeah, I didn't really put 2 and 2 together earlier, but this is probably battery acid. And it's all caked up in the hinge and everything. Oh my god, it's a miracle it opens. Okay, what are the odds it's just gonna work? Please. Hello?
Access denied.
The king is dead. Okay. I'm gonna attempt to, like, scratch up the contact. We might be lucky, and it is just a corroded contact. And I don't really have a good way to clean it, so I'm just scratching the crap out of it with a screwdriver. Might as well get this one while I'm at it. No. Sire, no! Alright, I guess we're gonna have to find out what makes a king. Smells like Nintendo. Is the king hiding anything from the people? Yes. Yes, he is. Aha. Ain't feeling too kingly now, are we, Jim? Oh, that'll do it. Oh, there's a... What the? Look at this CMOS battery. It's on like a little flippy-uppy guy. That's probably extremely dead. But why does it not work? The battery acid has certainly penetrated our defenses.
You disgust me.
But that's okay. Some components may die, but that is a sacrifice we are willing to make. I'm gonna try cleaning the contact one more time. I couldn't really get the screwdriver in there too good. Okay, let's see if we're getting voltage. Imagine the batteries are just dead. 3.23 volts. Those are very alive batteries. So, I guess we'll go deeper? That's nasty. Look what the king did to my boy. I can't even tell you what that is. I think it's just rust. Okay, this connector is certainly disgusting. That might be something we can try to clean up. Holy crap, it looks so bad from this angle. Oh, there's not really much to it. All right, well, I guess we've got a few connectors we can clean, but if that doesn't do it, I don't really know what else to try. I just noticed it's also got a micro USB port. If this does not work, we'll try plugging it in with that instead of using batteries. Maybe that'll work. Come on, Jimothy. No, Jimbo, me boy. All right, King James Bible. What if we did this? Nope, we can't. Ah, now this is the part where we have to get the very rusty screw out. Oh boy, I don't know if this is gonna happen. Oh, there's no way that's coming out. Well, not without doing this. That made a much bigger crater than I intended. The hope was that I could just make a slit to put a flathead in. I don't even know, this might be too big. No way, no way it's working. I'm shocked. I am absolutely bewildered that this is working. Not very well, but now we don't have to deal with it ever again. All right, Jimothy. Reveal your secrets. His secret appears to be more corrosion. All right, Jim, I just want you to imagine something here for a second. Imagine if you functioned, huh? Imagine if you turned on. Become alive. Oh, I can't hit the button. Okay, you know what? Screw the keyboard. I'm here to see Jim. This thing is not having it. All right, last ditch effort. Please, James. I beg you. Turn on. I don't know if all hope is lost, actually. When I press the power button, there's a current reading on the power supply. You guys can't see this, but it appears to be drawing a little tiny bit of power. I wonder if the display just doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't think the king has been invited to this party. I'm devastated. All right, well, we ought to at least find out what this thing was supposed to do. Oh, I'm pissed. This thing looks really interesting. $153? Freaking Jim! Palmera DM100 review worth it 2023? Is this a recent device? eBay, $150? What does it do? No, this is not recent. This was 12 years ago. It can be a Bluetooth keyboard, I guess? Wow, this guy liked this thing so much that he named his entire channel after the model number. Okay, from what I can tell, it is a note-taking device. Yeah, this is a very Japanese product. Seems a little goofy. Would it really be that much bigger to just take a Bluetooth keyboard and like stand a phone on it? Actually, I think this is less bulky. Okay, well, didn't look like there was any gaming to do on the King Jim anyway, so kind of worthless, TBH. Thank you for watching whatever the hell this video was. Thank you for nothing, King Jim. Leave a comment on what we should replace King Jim with. All right, see ya. Welcome to another great video, I guess. This came into my possession because somebody recycled it. I don't know if this is e-waste or actual recycling. But like pretty much everything else, after it was recycled, it was given to me. I'm so happy. I am so happy to receive this. I'm kind of scared to find out what's inside. Oh, no, not yet. You think we're just gonna skip straight to the inside on a computer that looks like this? Certified by MSI themselves. This thing is true gaming. This is bad. Look at that. G-Skill, EVGA, Corsair, Intel. Basically, it's really good. What is this sticker? This is in French and Japanese. That is an interesting combination. Actions required on the disk bay. Activity indicator, capacity gauge, food? Is this alive? Do you need sustenance? Add a disk here soon, but do not remove this disk. Now add a disk here. I'm getting mixed messages. Let's see if the Japanese translation will make any more sense. Activity indicator, capacity gauge. What is that? What does that one say? That's so tiny. What does that say? Ah, power supply. The fact that that translated to food, that's incredible. There is no need. System is fine. Please add a drive. Do not remove this drive. Add your drive now. Okay, so those sound like instructions for like a NAS? I do not believe that is instructions for this computer, unless this was someone's server, but that couldn't be someone's server. It's true gaming. What is back? Oh my goodness. All right, listen to this. Okay, maybe I shouldn't do that. This looks very, office computer. Looks like there was a graphics card, but only the, graphics glue remains, and every gaming port under the sun. Fun fact, nobody actually needs USB 3. I mean, do you see it? I don't. I suppose it's time to open this monstrosity. What's inside? This. What is that? Excuse me? What is this? Power bank? Okay. Look at the output on this. 5 volts at 0.8 amps. Very fast, very powerful. Why would this be in here? For what reason? Well, clearly we need to go deeper. Am I allowed to damage this? I don't think it opens more than this without causing irreparable harm. Although, to be fair, this thing is kind of irreparable harm incarnate. If this thing can cause me irreparable harm just by looking at it, I think I'm safe to cause it a little some. Ugh. Oh, there it is. The mark of the beast. I think at this point I kind of know what this is, but to confirm my suspicion, we must keep going. But I don't actually know how. Because this goes through a hole in the box, so I can't just rip this out. But also, I can't open this flap because the DVD drive is glued to it. This is just modern engineering, honestly. No screws needed. Why use screws when glue exists? Ugh. Actually, hold on. I think the least destructive way to do this is to tear a line here. I'm sorry, Japanese NAS instructions. So then this can come up. Oh, that's nasty. I can't tell if there are spider webs in here or if that's like little strands of hot glue. Either way, they're really dusty. Okay. Look at that. That level of dust means someone was like actually using this. This wasn't just like for the meme. Well, okay. I don't know if there's a way to do this that isn't for the meme, but shit if they weren't committed to it. I kind of feel bad. Like I'm just destroying someone's daily driver computer, or at least was at some point, probably. That's fine. You gotta break a few eggs to something, I don't actually know the saying. Oh, I found our next mystery item. I wish I didn't put my arm inside this. It's a battery. Oh, not for retail sale. This is an OEM battery. Don't get it twisted. And then from there, there's not really much else to it. I can still hear something like sliding around. Oh, I think I see it. Dude, something's gonna bite me. It's another battery. This was also in there. Oh, this is like a chassis screw to keep a side panel on for some computer. I don't think it was whatever this originally was, because that's a Dell, and HP likes these star bits. Dude, you're getting a Dell. I think our spelunking is complete. Oh, but I'm not done with it yet. So how do you turn this bad boy on? Well, with the power button, of course. Conveniently panel mounted. No boot device found. That would make sense. I didn't see a hard drive. Did you? Nothing that a little bit of edge can't solve. I want my computers running their best. That's why I edge all of them. Or at least I would. If there was an accessible SATA power connector, it's like, it's there. Oh, it really doesn't want to bend like that. I'm just trying to get you into proper edge position. There we go. I don't know what computer in its right mind would resist getting some edge, but we're all edged up now. Subscribe if you want me to shut the fuck up. I promise I'm using the dirty cherry keyboard. There's just not enough room on the table for it. Okay, no OS, no problem. Today we're going to be returning to form. Oh. Like I was saying, but with a tighter grip now. Today we will be returning to form a little bit. You guys remember Holo ISO? Arch ISO? That's the Holo ISO installer. Why? Dude, I'm at the point where it would be easier to, like, raise the Antichrist than boot Steam Deck OS on this laptop. Oh, that is cursed. And since I have Stockholm Syndrome, we're gonna go back to Holo ISO. Okay, we've got our SSD. We've got our flash drive. Let's get ourselves a little SteamOS. Oh. It's really good and works every time. They've updated it, though. The build on this flash drive is from 3 weeks ago. That's quite recent. It's time we give it another shot. And for those of you not familiar, Holo ISO is a Steam Deck-like type operating system that is good for installing on Steam Deck-like devices, not unlike the one you see right here. Dell Inc. Optiplex 3010. Ah, figures that this is an Optiplex. The Ford Transit Connect of computing. What do we got here? 8 gigs of the good stuff. An i5 3450? Now that's a CPU. Intel HD graphics, always good to see. I guess that's kind of it. Oh. Okay, we're putting it into Keck mode. Save. Keck.mode. Nice. Keck mode engaged. We are clear to game. Hello? Can I please get a boot menu? No, just a grub rescue. Literally the last thing I ever want to see. Okay, fine. We'll do it the stupid way. There we go. So the Holo ISO installer is just straight up to Arch installer now? Okay. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? I think it couldn't find the flash drive somehow. All right, let's take this from the top, run it back. Still says waiting. Hold on, what if I unplug it and plug it back in? Can you find it now? Apparently not. Which is now on this flash drive with slightly different settings on Rufus that I think is gonna work out in our favor. Third time's a charm. Hey, there we go. Now it can find it. I was kind of scared there for a minute. I thought I was gonna have to go pull out the golden flash drive. I suppose a little bit of Ethernet is in order. There we go. Install HoloISO on this device. Yes, please. Man, select drive. And yeah, I know what SDA is, I know what SDB is, I know that's just how Linux does the drives, but would it kill ya to just use the name of the drive? Like, look at that, right there. Device SDA, model, edge. Like, you have this information. Simply tell it to me. Anyway, SDA. Oh. Well, now I just look like a fucking asshole. Box gaming, gaming box. All contents and partitions on drive dev SDA will be erased. Do it. Installation finished. Really? No errors? Am I being pranked? I mean, I guess it makes sense. The Optiplex is like default PC. It's probably gonna just be supported. So now we can just take this out and, Steam Deck? APM not present. I knew it. I knew I was being pranked. You know, that doesn't smell too good. Coming from the power supply. Oh, the vent. The vent is on the bottom. Oh, geez. Power bank. Here, prop it up. We're getting airflow now? Yes, okay. Wow, that's some hot air. Oh, man. Don't mind me just absolutely barbecuing the power supply. All right, what's your problem, huh? You want UEFI, huh? Sure, have it. See if I care. Just nothing. Just black screen. You guys have to cut me some slack. This is my first box computer. And I know someone's gonna go down in the comments and they're gonna be like, well, I've owned a box computer for the last 10 years. I went to box computer school and I have a box computer certification from a UPS. I would never make these kind of mistakes on my box computer. Okay, everything off except the edge. This BIOS is edge only from now on. No boot device found. What do you mean? There was an option to boot an existing operating system when you boot from a USB. Let's give that a try. Boot existing OS. Cool. I'm doing a little bit of thinking here. I remember trying to do this on that crummy Toshiba laptop way back in the prehistoric age, and I was having issues with the fact that HoloISO only wanted to boot UEFI. It would not surprise me if that was still the case. And the fact that clicking this now doesn't show the SSD means maybe I gotta go and boot the flash drive in EFI and then reinstall the system while booting UEFI? I mean, that's how Windows works. However, you boot the Windows installer is how it's going to install it to your drive. So, reinstalling time? What? Did you hear that? Was that like that was a Mario coin? What made that sound? Optiplexes don't do that. Like the prophecy foretold. True gaming. Oh, I saw it. SteamOS. Any second now. And it's not booting. All right, advanced options. SteamOS with Linux LG. Can you just work? Just for once? Okay, I know some people have issues with this when you're not using a AMD GPU. Maybe that's our issue, huh? Hey, dude, I turned you off. Stop that. All right, AMD GPU going in. Oh, this feels like a game. Like there was clearly a cutout already made for a GPU. Clearly the creator of this game was trying to signal me and be like, hey, you probably need to put a GPU in there. Oh my goodness. I just shoved the power supply into it. It did not even occur to me that it's probably mounted by literally nothing. Alright, video from the graphics card. Let's see what she's got. Looks like a whole lot of nothing. I don't know if our AMD GPU is good enough. I really didn't want it to come to this already. I don't hate most of the setups on this channel. Usually they've got something at least a little redeemable about them. I hate this setup. No way. No way. It actually booted. I was literally just sitting here thinking about the next thing I was gonna try. And to be honest, it sounded like the next thing I was gonna be trying was a straitjacket. Insane. Absolutely insane. Basically, I'm a Linux expert. Last of all, down below is the micro SD card slot. It's okay, little guy. There's no micro SD card, but I'll let you believe that. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. Alright, friends. I'm thinking box-themed games today. We got What the Box, Box Ninja, and Drag a Box. Also, there is not even remotely enough room for a keyboard and mouse right now, so, I'll be using my Xbox controller. Use the arrow keys to move and jump. Press space to kick. Simple enough. They didn't stand a chance. Well, I'm screwed. Wait, no, we're good. We are good. I think I might have needed that. Do I have to jump on it in mid-air? There's no way. Oh! Hold on, what if we just right up, right there. Yeah! Very nice. Whoa, oh ho ho! Box Ninja's living up to his name now. This is a masterpiece in the box type game genre. Alright, good box game.
What the box?
The box.
What the box?
Little boxes everywhere. Every boxes. Little boxes.
Alright, this beats Box Ninja. I like me some box core. I have 5 minutes to get the most kills. I've played this game once, and I could not— Whew! We're not the only box in town, it appears. There he is. There he is! This is not fair. I'm on a controller. Damn it. Oh, there's 2 of them! Oh. You can tap Q to swap weapons? What else do I got? Oh, a box cutter, of course. Damn it. Come here, you little box. There's 3 of them? It's one of those things where it's like you hop on an empty Steam game and the second people see that there's 1 person on, people just start playing. Glad I can bring about the resurgence of What the Box. Oh. Wait. Huh? I should be dead. Huh. Okay. Oh, they were AI the whole time. I thought I was making a connection with 3 other What the Box players. Alright, enough What the Box. We drag a box. Oh, I see. Very good box dragging game. Dragging these boxes across your lawn. Oh, I have absolutely screwed myself. Either way, I think that's about all the substance that game has. So that's it for our box collection. And normally this is the part where I say we should try something a little harder on this thing. But I think Grand Theft Auto 5 would fill the entire SSD. And lucky for us, since the Dell Optiplex is built for gamers, we can just do one of these. Just gotta be careful not to disturb my edge. There we go. They give you another SATA port. Just like that, another 2 terabytes of gaming. Oh, look at that. What did I tell you? Format, do it. Oh, cool. Why though? Hold on, switch to desktop. This is insanity. All this to wipe a drive? Screw this, I'm getting G-parted. I can't use Pac-Man because this is an immutable file system. And I can't even build it from source because I need to install GNOME Common. I can't. No, I refuse. I'm not playing this game. I am simply not going to do that. I love this. I love this. I love this. Delete, delete, new, add, apply. Okay. Oh my god, I think I've done it. Let's see, let's see. Can it be done? Oh my god, that was very tense for a little bit there. Either I was gonna get that working, or we were gonna be playing off of a USB 2 flash drive. Amazing. Well, that's gonna take a decade, so gaming will commence in a minute. Not only is the game stuck in the top left corner, it has frozen and crashed the entire computer. This is also the second time this has happened. So now it's Counter-Strike time. Oh boy, Counter-Strike on a controller. Getting a kill with a controller? I don't know if this is possible. Aha! Oh. Oh, good spawn. Come on, please. Please, please! Well, I almost had him. You know, that was actually running so well that I completely forgot to comment on the performance. This is 1080p, highest graphics settings. Let's go. Obviously, we are entirely limited by the CPU. Our 3rd gen i5. Get wrecked. Get absolutely destroyed. And I'll do it again. Oh. 40 FPS, 50 FPS. It's like between 40 and 60. I mean, when did those things even come out? I think those chips are from like 2012. So shoot, I guess a decade and 2 more years old CPU getting just about 60 FPS on the highest settings on a modern game. Yeah, it's an esports title, but I don't know. That's pretty dope. Doom. Oh! Oh shoot. Okay, it's been a while. Please! What? Wait. Oh. We can salvage this. Oh, or I guess I could just climb the wall. This runs beautiful though. Look at that, we're over like 100 FPS almost the whole time. 1080p, ultra quality, everything but ray tracing. And this thing is not hurting enough, so let's turn on ray tracing. Ah, there we go. Now it, well shoot, we're still at like 100 FPS. Why is the audio doing that? That only happened after I turned on ray tracing. Hold on. Is it good now? It's still a little screwy. I did it. Does anything entertaining await us on the other side? Whoa. I really need to finish this game. But not on this thing. The Mox computer, ladies and gentlemen. Is it cheating that I ended up just plugging a Radeon 6950 XT into it? Yeah. Hey, if you guys want to see SteamOS, I gotta do what I gotta do. And if plugging a big fat GPU into these weird computers gets it to work, I'm gonna do what I gotta do. I guess the least I can do to this thing is put it back together at least a little bit. There we go. It's literally as good as new. Oh, wait. Can't forget the batteries. This one too. That's gonna be it, ladies and gentlemen. The box computer. If you want this thing, I'm gonna leave it at these coordinates right here. It'll be there. Check out the Bringus Studios PCB chains. These things haven't really been selling as good as I was hoping, and they're pretty cool, so give it a look at the very least. Check out the Discord, check out the Patreon, check out the Twitter. I'll see you in the next one. The other day I saw this video.
I would really like a cold one right now. This should help. Wisely done, Mr. Freeman. Have you been able to get the beverage machine to work yet?
So today, dear viewer, we're making it happen. Also, as a bonus, we have a button. I figured this can be a Half-Life beer opener, and then this can be a Portal button. It's roughly the right shape. As you can see, it's for dad jokes. Let's give them a listen, shall we?
Why do crabs never give to charity? Because they're shellfish.
Okay, number one's a bit rough.
Did you hear about the bread factory burning down? They say the business is toast.
Okay, I like that one.
Cosmetic surgery used to be such a taboo subject. Now you can talk about Botox and nobody raises an eyebrow.
Okay.
Shout out to my grandma. That's the only way she can hear.
Okay. Hey, Gordon. About that dad joke I owe ya. I think this is just like the same thing.
I called my wife and asked her if I should pick up fish and chips on the way home from work, and she hung up. She's still angry she let me name the kids.
Why does he laugh at the end? If there was like a laugh track, it wouldn't really sound as lonely. Okay, so we've got our dad joke button and beer opener. Actually, from now on, this is gonna be soft drink opener. And whenever I said beer, I meant root beer. Don't demonetize me, please. But the idea is that we can take these apart. This one's gonna be a little harder to do because it's just smaller. But we'll take them apart, and then I got these. So this is a couple of audio amplifiers. So I don't know if we're gonna need an audio amplifier, because I didn't really know how the sound is gonna sound on the speaker when I output a microcontroller. This is just a very, very small Raspberry Pi Pico. It's the same microcontroller that you've seen on the channel a few times. You can use this like a GameCube mod chip. I used one to make the Operation game. I can shake the game, just like this. They're very useful. But I figured I can write some extraordinarily basic code on this to detect when you bridge the two metal pieces up here. And when it detects that, it will just play a stored sound file. Or a few. I want to actually do a few that you can cycle through. And this is tiny enough that it should fit in there. My other concern is that the batteries that power this thing might not be enough to power the microcontroller. So, we'll see. I'd hate to have to try to put a bigger battery in here, but, you know, we'll do what we gotta do. Get out of here. Go. Keep going. Keep it moving. Go. Why are you just sitting here? Stop! Whoop. Yep. Super simple circuit. So we can take the brain out. I think that's like a CR2032, like BIOS battery type battery. And how many volts are those? That's 3 volts. That should work. We are probably going to end up draining the crap out of this battery though. Obviously you're not supposed to just run a microcontroller full time off of a tiny little battery like this. It does stuff in the background, like it's looping the program. So it's probably not gonna last all that long, but whatever. If there's room, maybe I can look at putting like a small lithium-ion battery, but I don't like batteries. I do not know how to do them properly. I don't know how to do the charging circuits. Tony, please. But I guess we shall begin by just desoldering all the stuff. There goes the contacts, and there goes the speaker. I don't see any reason we can't just use pins 0, 1, 2, and 3 for this. 0 and 1 for the speaker, 2 and 3 for the button, then ground and 3.3 volt over here for the power. Yeah, that should work. Alright, I was kind of wrong about that layout. So we're gonna have the button on pin 1, the speaker on pin 0, and then the other half of the button's gonna be on ground, and then the other lead from the speaker is also gonna be on ground. Because that's how that's supposed to work. I think. I don't know. Only one way to find out. The first prototype of the code works. Listen to this. I don't even think you can hear that. Okay, so clearly we are going to have to use one of those audio amplifiers, but that's fine. Screw you, Seed Studio! I was uploading all the audio files and then it just stopped working. Very nice. But I have recreated the setup with a standard Pi Pico. I'll replace this with one of the smaller ones. I got more on order. I only had one of those. Because that is very likely not gonna fit in there. So, I'll replace it with a smaller one later, but for now, this will do. I have the audio amplifier hooked up to the speaker, and everything is connected. And we'll flip it on. Oh, you hear that? All right, check this out. We're gonna make contact. Another one. It works perfect. Okay, actually, it's not supposed to keep going. Not supposed to be doing that. Okay, well that was weird. I'll fix that. And I'm running this off of the power supply right now. You can see 3 volts. However, when I hook it up to the CR2032 battery, the voltage on this just drops instantly to like 1.3 volts, which is not gonna be enough to run this. So, unfortunately, I am going to have to find another battery option.
Not that I wish to imply that you have been vaping on the job.
Alright, this is where our battery's coming from. We just have to get to it.
No one is more deserving of a boof.
I'm not really sure what the best way to take this thing apart is, but I'm just gonna heat the crap out of it because you're not supposed to take it apart. Gotta make sure we don't touch the demonetization liquid. Oh, one of the magnets came out. So can we then just... It's a little spooky because I don't know where the battery is and I don't want to like puncture it. There we go. Now it's coming. And we made no progress. May this serve as a tutorial video to all of the poor children 300 years from now that have to go into the landfills and dig these things up just to get the lithium out of them. We love single-use lithium-ion batteries. Oh, it's all floppy now. Oh, come on out, partner. Oh, oops. I've ripped something. I think that's just the heating coil, though. Ew, this is disgusting. Does it still work? We'll see. The problem is that I also want this Type-C port for charging, because the battery's kind of coming out now, but... Not with the Type-C port. Oh, I saw smoke. Oh, it still works. That's toxic. This is the heating coil right here. So I'm just gonna get rid of that right now. Goodbye. There it is. It's a bit disgusting. Nothing we can't clean up though. This is a really compact package. This is exactly what I was hoping to use. I'm a little concerned that this thing is so drenched in the goop, blinking at me for some reason. Does the circuit board just like swim around in the vape juice? All right, here it is. The pearl from the inside of our mango oyster. It's all hooked up. And guess what? It will do. I also want these to look the part too. We're going for authenticity today. All right, proof of concept for the portal button. Done. It currently still makes Half-Life noises. But that's fine, I can change that later. And the nice part about this is that it uses 2 AAA batteries, and I guess that's enough to run this thing. Here it is, pretty much complete. I'm not even gonna bother trying to explain to you how everything is set up in here. You'll just have to take my word that it works. I'm gonna put all the screws back in this one, and then finish up the button, and then show you guys how they look. I only got one thing to say to you.
Like a cold one right now.
The Half-Life bottle opener has been faithfully recreated and sounds like hot dog shit. But to be fair, I don't think it would be authentic otherwise. Actually, there is one more final touch, and it's a little Gordon sticker. There we go. Oh my goodness. It looks so good! Look at that, look how authentic it is! My Gordon has lower legs, and the rest of his shotgun. So okay, maybe not completely authentic, but I would even say, superior. Oh, you know what I did miss though? I missed the little tiny Half-Life logo at the top. God damn it! Guess I have to make another one. But I have faithfully recreated all of the sounds.
I would really like a cold one right now. I would really like a cold one right now. This should help. Wisely done, Mr. Freeman. Wisely done, Mr. Freeman.
Have you been able to get the beverage machine to work yet?
and I even added one of my own that really should have been in the original.
About that beer I owed you.
And then we have the portal button. The button had a lower volume mode and a higher volume mode, and I was able to still integrate that part of the circuit. So we'll turn it on high volume. And I just included a couple of iconic noises from Portal.
1500 megawatt aperture science heavy duty super colliding super button. You're doing very well.
And my personal favorite.
Fatty, adopted fatty, fatty, no parents.
What a classic. But yeah, the button was way easier to make. There was just so much more room inside of this thing. At their cores though, they are pretty much the same thing. This has AAAs, this has a lithium-ion battery from a vape. I think the speaker in this one is a little bit bigger physically, so it doesn't sound quite as overdriven as this one. Because this one is like almost passable. This decreases the expected lifespan of my eardrums. And what would a bottle opener video be if I didn't play it on low battery? Okay, I've got it hooked up here to the variable power supply. We're gonna kinda be simulating a low battery mode. I mean, as much as I'd love to sit here and just open like 10,000 bottles with this thing to kill the battery, I don't exactly have time for that, so this should do. All right, this is 3.7 volts. In theory, this is just regular full battery. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention it does that when you turn it on. Okay, there's your baseline for full battery. Now we're gonna take it down a little bit. Ooh, you can hear it whining kind of weird. Okay, this is 3.3 volts.
I like a cold one right now.
It's kind of screeching a little bit. 2.8 volts. Okay, still kind of sounds fine. 2 volts. Oh, it's done. It's done at 2 volts. Oh, okay, we gotta go up. 2.3 volts. Oh, that kind of sounds awful, but really not too bad. Okay, we're just gonna go back up. Now we're at like 3.5 volts. And I'm just gonna turn the voltage down as it plays. Here we go.
About that beer I owed you.
What the heck?
I like a cold one right now.
Well, that's kind of anticlimactic.
Wisely done, Mr. Freeman.
Oh, it gets kind of weird around 2.3.
Have you been able to get the beverage machine to work yet?
About that beer I owed you.
Wisely done, Mr. Freeman. Able to get the beverage machine to work yet?
About that beer I owed you.
Like a cold one right now.
There we go. Hold on. That one was completely unintelligible. About that beer. Okay, well, it's not gonna get too goofy because the Pi is always gonna get constant voltage, and we can't really vary the voltage of the Pi because it'll just immediately cut out and it won't do anything too goofy. But that wasn't too bad. It was something. Alright, well, thank you for watching my build video of the Half-Life bottle opener. Oh, hold on, I gotta put it back together so I can open my Jones soda.
About that beer I owed you.
Like a cold one right now.
Thank you for watching. This is my second channel, by the way. My main channel is Bringus Studios. It's in the description, probably. Also, if you want some Gordons, I had to buy quite a few of those stickers. They're on sheets of 8. There'll be a link in the description to the Etsy store. I'll see you in the next one.
Fatty, adopted fatty, fatty, no parents.
In a world where gamers are no longer respected by the companies that they once loved.
Any plans to make this playable on PC?
We don't have any plans at the moment to do PC.
Do you guys not have phones?
Yeah, you guys.
It's up to one man to show the masses that they don't have to accept what these corporations are doing to them. He's shown them that the people are the ones in control, and they can choose to take their gaming elsewhere. He's proved that gaming can take place on any device, no matter how hard they might try to stop you.
My mind is actually blown right now that I'm installing Windows on a Mac Mini because I couldn't use Linux properly on my PS4. Also, I can play RetroArch on a Leapfrog.
And that you can do so at any time and in any place.
I'm gaming in here.
And when they needed him the most, he returned.
Which brings us to today. Not gonna lie, I saw the Rabbit R1, and from the start, I kind of assumed it was just gonna be a giant meme. And what do you know? It became a giant meme. And as an investor in the meme economy, I decided it was time to do my part and do a little gaming on the Rabbit R1. And before I completely obliterate this thing, I do want to at least see what it's capable of right out of the box, even though I already know that it's not much. If seal has been broken or tampered with, do not give the clear receipt unless contents are examined in presence of delivering agent. Yes. Well, I'll have to call my delivering agent and give him my clear receipt, because this thing's getting broken. And oh yeah, we're tampering with it. It's very bright, very brightly orange. Like, I think it's peaking my camera's sensor. It looks a lot more orange in person. You know, of all the AI grifter stuff that's out there right now, at least this one's kinda interesting, considering most applications of consumer AI right now are, "Mom, look, I made you!" Doesn't this thing double as like a stand? Please peel off the mask with this sticker. Well, don't mind if I do. Wait. No. This is a free screen protector. Oh, she did. That's alright. That has nothing to do with me reclaiming my screen protector. We now have a little gamer goop, but all the best devices do. What is in here? Oh, SIM card slot. I'm supposed to have like a data connection for this, huh? Well, we'll see what we can do about that later. For now, I think we'll just give him a nice little rest. You charge up, buddy. You got a lot of work to do soon. Time to let this godforsaken piece of technology on my network. Oh? Okay. Oh. You know, honestly, I thought it was gonna have me use the scroll wheel and then scroll through every single letter in the alphabet. So this is actually a nice surprise. Go to rabbit.tech/activate to link your account. Okay. Rabbit hole. Welcome. I suppose I'm signing up then. Why is this company allergic to capital letters? Not in the subject, not in the email. Somebody ought to go fix the shift keys over at Rabbit. Full name? Scrimmy. Scan the QR code with your R1 to activate your device. Easy enough. Easy enough, he said. I would love to, if you could do anything. The thing doesn't even... Oh. Successfully linked to Scrimmy's account. Oh, see, here it is. This is the thing I thought it was gonna make me do to enter my Wi-Fi password. How interesting and unique. This makes my experience so much better. 21.
You stupid.
OTA update required. I really hope that this does not break what I was trying to do, which, let me show you. So this is how we're gonna end up doing our gaming today. Like the Chinese translator pen, this thing is also really just Android. And this project, R1 Escape by Agent Fabulous, will help us do all of the following Android trickery. It's actually pretty standard stuff, as far as Android goes, I guess. And I didn't see anything that said that you had to have one on like the first firmware version. So hopefully this does not cause any issues. I just need to experience for myself the raw power of the Rabbit R1, as it is out of the box, as I'm supposed to be using it. Like, we need a point of reference. Are we gonna end up making this thing better? Or will it be worse? Which is extra concerning considering backup and restore stock coming soon. Which means currently there is no way to get this thing back to Rabbit mode once I install regular Android on it. And that's a little bit spooky, but you know what? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And turns out this thing is slower than I expected, and I ran out of things to yap about. So I'll see you guys in a minute. Oh, it's ready? All right, Rabbit. Show me what you got.
I'm dizzy.
Hello? I already forgot the tutorial. Wasn't it double click for camera? No? Yes? Ooh! Alright, for the rest of the video, we're gonna film the screen filming the desk. You wanna see what you guys look like? Wait. I wanted to use the front camera. Alright, well now we're analyzing the prison lap. Or not? What is happening? How do I use the front camera? Oh! Hey look, it's you! There you are, you're on TV! Okay, so what happened with the picture that I accidentally took? Oh, I mean, this is why Android devices typically have a dedicated back button. I'm so lost. This is the only thing I can interface with. This just flips the camera. Do I hold it? What is happening?
Let me see. Based on the information shown in the image, it appears that a compatibility message is being displayed. The message says, "This studio. If you're using a AMT..."
Alright, enough yapping. Enough yapping.
Yeah!
There we go. Alright, Rabbit. Let's see what you can do for my ego. Who is Bringus Studios?
Bringus Studios is a fictional...
What? Bringus Studios? With the Brink truck? That is so... Whoa, that's something. What can you tell me about the YouTuber Bringus Studios?
Searching for information on YouTuber Bringus Studios.
Oh, that's the image that comes up? That's the profile picture for my second channel, which you can check out by visiting the link in the description. There's all kinds of fun stuff over there. I looked at this thing, I messed with this thing, and I did this thing right here. It's like the regular channel, but worse. Anyway, gaming content and tech experiments, huh? Let's see just how well it knows about my gaming content and tech experiments. All right. Are there any interesting YouTube videos about installing emulators on this device?
YouTube videos cover installing emulators on various devices, including Windows, original Xbox, and Android.
Okay. Thank you for that information about emulators on YouTube. Okay, well that was a failure. Are there any interesting YouTube videos about gaming on this Chinese translator pen device?
I apologize, but the device pictured does not appear to be a gaming device or a Chinese translator pen. It looks like a handheld TV or media player device. I would not be able to recommend any YouTube videos related to gaming on this type of device, as that does not seem to be its intended purpose. If you have any other questions about the capabilities or functionality of this device, I'd be happy to try to assist further.
Not a gaming or Chinese translator device? Imagine. You know what? No. Screw this thing. I wanted to see if it could do anything interesting, and all it is doing is throwing shade. Alright, it's Android time. Supposedly, this is as simple as just running this one command, r1.sh. Let's see what she do. Oh, I think I'm supposed to do something. Power off your device, press enter, plug it into your PC. Okay, I'm just now realizing that I don't know how to turn it off. How do I turn you off? Oh, hey, that actually worked. You've done one useful thing this whole time, destroying yourself. Easy enough. And because of the order that these instructions are in, I'm actually gonna unplug it, press enter, plug into PC. Oh, wow, it's going! Holy, oh, wow, that was fast. Unplug your device, press enter, plug it back in. Goodness, that was quick. Oh, look at that! Oh, wow, I didn't even give you guys a chance to see what was happening. Whoa, what is this? Orange state. Your device has been unlocked and can't be trusted.
Hello!
Oh, I saw that! I saw the fast boot screen! Okay, according to the script, we're done. Is that really it? Hey, don't look at me like that. I don't like that. Device is corrupted, it can't be trusted, may not work properly. It kind of just keeps boot looping here. Oh, troubleshooting for Linux. Ah, very nice. It appears that it has failed to load system.image, and it also could not generate an image for user data. Okay, cool. What if we just run it again? I wonder why it's saying that. Ah, it's because I forgot to get the file. How about now? It looks like we're sending the system partition now. Oh, 2 of 13. All right, time jump. Oh, it's doing it! It's doing the thing! Get hacked, idiot. Leave it to the prison laptop to jailbreak yet another stupid device. Hi. 2 ominous lines. I'm shocked that it really kind of just was that easy. Start. Connect to mobile. I'd prefer not to. I hope this... Hello! Bruh. This seems like it will be a very problematic DPI. Hold on. I think we can change that real quick. WM density 210. There we go, that's a bit better. I think now is also probably a good time to get some of the smegma off the screen. Oh no, that made it so much worse. No, I'm not a smegma spreader, I swear. Okay, there we go, now it's good. This device isn't Play Protect certified. Your device is not certified to run Google apps or use Google services. You know, for some reason I'm not surprised. I'm surprised this has Google services at all, because normally when you've got some cursed copy of Android that you put on stuff like this, it doesn't have any of the Google stuff. Oh my... Dude, stop! What are you doing? How do we turn the volume down? There's no volume buttons. The wheel. The wheel's our savior. Oh my goodness, that was loud. Oh, no, it didn't work! It didn't work! Please, for the love of God, stop. Dude, it's so loud. It's peaking the microphone so badly. Wow. Let that be a lesson to everybody else doing this. Be ready. Anyway, now that our eardrums are all collectively blown out, it's Android. We got the Play Store, which is not Play Protected. That's fine. I don't care.
No.
Okay, maybe I do care. All right, hold on. There's some stuff I gotta do to get Play Store to work. Alright boys, what are we playing? Minecraft. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas inside of Netflix. Is Moscow Life Simulator a real game? Oh, that's sperm. My mobile game brain is stuck in 2009. I'm just like, y'all wanna play Angry Birds? Before we get into anything too stinky, let's take a look at the specs. So it's 640 by 480. That means the games are gonna run really good. 4 gigs of RAM.
The recommended amount.
It's got a Helio G36 CPU. One of the CPUs of all time. Does this thing really have like 100 gigabytes of storage? That's like a lot. 100 gigs? That's ridiculous. Well, that's where all the cost went. Camera's not found. It's right there, stupid. 79% battery. That will not do. The battery life, I've noticed, is not super good. Seems to drain quite quickly. Well, shoot, it's only got 1,000 milliamp hours. Maybe that's why. This truly is a, Android device, I guess. Angry Birds. Set up your gamer profile. Dreadful Slogan 73 with the default skeleton. I'm down with it. Please specify your age to get an appropriate game experience? What does that mean? Is it gonna determine the difficulty based on my age? Nope. There's no way. What is this for? There's no way that's what it's for. All right, we're 99. This level has 2 rooms. This is so complicated, dude. Nope. What is happening? Why? Go. Oh, it's because I'm in the tutorial. Okay. Activate Red's ability. Go. Whoa. What the heck? They fly at the screen?
They fly now.
Dude, hashtag not my Angry Birds. All right, what else we got? Can we watch Netflix? No way. I have single-handedly made the Rabbit R1 a usable device. There is no chance you could watch Breaking Bad on the stock operating system. It simply would not happen. But can we play Grand Theft Auto Netflix? Nope. Downloading final resources to complete installation. Oh, we don't have time for this. Time for another time jump. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, this is gonna be awful to control. Oh, I have an idea. Okay, does Bluetooth work? Let's find out. Oh my god, it totally does. All right, I've had this thing since I was like 14. Yeah, you know where we're going with this. And in you go. Now we are gaming. Allow access to my contacts and call history? Yeah, that seems like a good idea.
Okay.
Oh no. I don't think they've got Bluetooth working yet. Oh, that is so sad. That's actually devastating. Oh, No, it just simply wasn't meant to be. I wonder if this thing works over USB. What are the odds? No, it just charges it. Well, that's sad. Alright. That's actually so lame. Can't do that either? Dude. Yeah, they just haven't gotten USB working either. Oh, that is brutal. This just sucks because I know that they're gonna get it working at some point, but that time is not right now. Wait, hold on, I figured it out. Okay, so Bluetooth is just fucked. It does not work. USB host, that doesn't work either. However, we can connect this thing to a computer and then run a tool called Screen Copy. Open that up and look at that.
Bye.
Well, we can control this guy through our computer. And that's all fine and dandy, but that's not very conducive to gaming, right? But ladies and gentlemen, it is all worth it. Because with our controller connected to the PC over Bluetooth, and I have to use this very, very specific version of the program that has gamepad support, we can just highlight this here window, and we are gaming. Oh, the dream is alive and well, folks. Unfortunately, with that USB cable positioning, this is gonna be a little awkward. But look at that. I'm gonna kill the lights so we can see a little better. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. Wow, you good? The input lag's like really not that bad. Like it's not good, but you know, have you seen the setup? Oh. So keep in mind, we are gonna be losing a little bit of performance because we're also streaming the screen of this thing over USB back to the computer. This is not the worst way I have ever played Minecraft. It's like downright not that, well, okay, well when that happens, it's not bad when that doesn't happen. Oh, I forgot. This controller, it only has shoulder buttons. It doesn't have triggers. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's not good. When this thing gets proper Bluetooth or USB support, I bet you this is just gonna be fine. Hey, don't judge. It's only for one night. Okay, I'm gonna disconnect Screen Copy real quick, and I wanna see if this actually does take a lot of the performance away. Because it's running like pretty good. It's even stopped stuttering now. The camera's not really gonna show it because the camera's limited to 30 FPS. In real life, I would say probably somewhere around like 40, 45. That's what it feels like at least. Okay, Screen Copy has been disconnected. Controller is no more. Oh, this is so bad. This is just terrible. I mean, the frame rate's fine. It looks like we gained maybe just a little bit of performance. Maybe like 5 more FPS. It's not a humongous difference. All right, we're connecting back. But any old stupid device can run Minecraft. How many of them can run Super Monkey Ball 2? In the wrong orientation. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Oh. Dude, I've ran Dolphin on a lot of piece of crap devices, but I've never heard it be this demented. This sounds like the Homer Simpson bottle opener that has a dying battery. I think it took about 1 whole minute for the ball to go down the lane. One of the buttons is stuck, or one of the sticks or something. Hello? Oh my god, I am in the final layer of hell. Listen to this! Let's see if this is any better without streaming it back to the PC. The answer is a resounding no. Okay, clearly this thing is not going to be handling GameCube. So let's try the Wii. You know, buddy, I just don't really know if you're cut out for GameCube or Wii emulation. I hate to break it to you. Oh, is this unskippable? Alright, I don't think we need to see New Super Mario Bros. Wii. I think we're good. Netflix may have failed us, but through the power of the Sony PSP, we can play Grand Theft Auto. Look at this. This runs mint. It's fine. That was supposed to happen. I genuinely could not ask for this to run better. This is great. Absolutely beyond acceptable. There might be hope for you yet, Rabbit. But can it play Half-Life? Oh, you betcha. Look at that up there. What is that, 70-something FPS? It looks so crisp, too. This is an app called Zash 3D, and my goodness does this thing run good. It would certainly run better with a use key, though, I will admit. Well, that's fine. We don't need the HEV suit. We're on the good timeline. The timeline where the resonance cascade never happened. Gordon went into the locker room, decided not to suit up that day, and he decided to go into the lunchroom and share a casserole with a friend. Now back on the real Half-Life timeline. That's right, somebody figured out a way to shoehorn the source engine onto this thing. Oh, look at that, it's even got the save that I always load when I test Half-Life 2. That's just perfect. No. I'm dead. I'm so dead. No, it took so long to load the map, dude. Okay, that wasn't too bad. This is not a good save. Where's the car? I can't even attack because this thing doesn't have triggers. It only has bumpers. Dude, where's the car? What an awful save. Why did I do this to myself? Time to load another map. Oh, never mind. It's the same map. Wait, what? What just happened to the controls? What the heck? I'm looking with the left stick. Oh, this is not gonna do. This is not good. No idea what happened there. You know what? This is working. This is working. It's not impressive, but it's a hell of a lot better than Dolphin was. No clue what FPS this is, but if I had to guess, I'd say like 15. Whoa, what the heck? What the heck? You're not supposed to see from this point of view. My character is like lagging behind the car. Half-Life 2 Android moment. This might be the worst way I've ever played Half-Life 2. Just maybe. I'm actually not sure what I'd rather play, this or the original Xbox release. Oh, this is gonna be a tricky one. Can I make it? Can I make it over the jump? Not a chance. Pretty epic. And now for one last trick. Doom. And actually, I don't even need this PC connection anymore, cause we're streaming it with Parsec, baby! My Bluetooth controller, that has just been connected to the PC the whole time, is now just controlling the PC. And I still didn't bind the fire key every single time with this stupid controller. Hey, there we go, there we go. And it's too late. Streaming over Parsec actually works pretty good. There's your standard input delay for streaming, I suppose, but other than that, that's quite playable. Except for the fact that I suck. It's no good if you're bad. So I don't think you guys need me to tell you not to buy this. If you want to go down a fun rabbit hole of your own, go ahead and look up what Rabbit the company is up to. It's nothing good, and despite all their shadiness, it's not a good device. Even installing Android on it, I mean, it's a hell of a lot more usable than it was, I gotta admit. And this is the current state of it, because you can get like 90% of the functionality of this thing by doing this. Who is Bringus Studios?
Random. John Bringus, better known.
Yep, there we go. But this was fun. Definitely brought me back to the Chinese translator pen. Very similar devices, these two. I'm gonna put the link to that video in the credits here. Go ahead and watch that one. Check out the Patreon, check out the Discord, check out the Twitter, you know how it goes. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'll see you in the next one. Secret box. Unlabeled. It's from the Czech Republic. The Czechum Republic. And I don't know why I'm keeping you in suspense, because you've already seen the thumbnail. So let's open it with none other than a Samsung letter opener. This has been on my desk for so long, and I keep forgetting to show it to you guys. This is truly a Samsung letter opener moment. Anyway. Oh, wow. She can do some damage. Yeah. Not bad, not bad. Samsung should really return to the weaponry industry. I haven't seen it yet. I mean, I've seen the pictures, obviously, and so have you. Ooh. Warning. English.
The British are coming!
You know what would be funny is if the warning was different for each language. Like if you speak English, you should keep this bag away from babies and children. But if you speak Italian, Nah, no danger there. Go ahead and give it to him. Go ahead and give it to Bambini. Very fancy. Oh, this is like new. Like, you know, the vacuum from Teletubbies. I wonder if the bag is even OEM. Oh, maybe it's not very new? Whoa. Oh, this feels weird. Yeah, this is not new. Yeah, this is crusty. They did some play testing on this bad boy. Good to know that not only are gamers stinky, but game developers are also stinky. The Xbox Not 360 controller. Wait, so hold up. The triggers are just straight filth, but the sticks? Literally brand new. How does that work? And the D-pad's still got the plastic on it. I'm very confused. Very, very confused. They feel good. They feel like they've never been used. Oh, the ergonomics. It's good, but my fingers are just getting absolutely decimated by the corners of this, what I assume is a rechargeable battery pack.
We made this one up.
Oh, wow. At this point in time, they were already calling this just Xbox 360 controller. There's not really even any markings on here to indicate that this is a prototype. It's even got like the FCC everything here. Huh. Model 1530. And then this might be important. I don't know. What a weird controller. It's all just filthy and dirty in very, very specific areas. Oh, this is so annoying. This battery pack, dude, is making it so I cannot enjoy this controller. But let me grab some more controllers here that we can compare this to. So we've got an original Xbox S controller and an Xbox 360 controller. And this guy would have been right in the middle. And that kind of makes sense just looking at it. Actually, here, we'll swap out this one. I grabbed this one so we can compare like the battery situation a bit, but I'll sub this guy in so it's like the right colors, you know, with the buttons, you know, because this one's all grayscale. D-pad reveal.
Nope.
Oh, take two. And looking at all these D-pads here, sorry, original Xbox, but you are not the father. I don't think the mold had changed really at all from here. Pretty much the same thing. So you can see from the original Xbox S controller, they kind of kept the back and start buttons on the sides. I don't hate that. It doesn't feel like I would accidentally press it, which is good. They're very clicky. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever accidentally press that. And if I needed to quickly pause, I can kind of just yoink, which is nice, I guess. I don't know. You don't hit start very often. Having it up here is fine. Oh, man, I forgot how good this controller is. Oh, there's no home button, which is interesting. So they hadn't gotten that far in the process. Which begs the question, how would you go to home? Because there's a sync button. Also, yeah, look at that USB port. That's nice. I really wish all Xbox 360 controllers had a USB port. Because even if you have the play and charge kit that plugs into here, it still doesn't work on a computer. You plug the thing in and plug the USB into the computer, you can't do that.
You can't do it. It's disgusting.
It just doesn't work. Like, why? So that's infuriating. But the idea is that we're gonna plug this thing into a bunch of stuff. Into a phone, into a computer, into an Xbox original, and an Xbox 360. And I wanna see what this works on, if it works at all. If it just doesn't work, that would be very sad, because it's kinda cool. I really wish they didn't do this though. I really wish they didn't do this. It's ruining it for me. Also, this material on the back is bad. This is like the inside of a controller. You know when you take a controller apart, but like the inside of the shell will be kind of gross and cheap? That's what this is. This feels like the controller you get with like the RC car from the Hallmark store. But even up here, these button molds look just about final. It's hard to tell. I'm not extremely familiar with the Xbox 360 controller. I didn't even have a 360 as a kid, so it's probably a little different, but it looks the same. The buttons are pretty much exactly the same. So this would have had to be pretty far along in production. Interesting that it's got this big lump at the top here, this big forehead. Because if you look at the curves here, this curve naturally wants to kind of continue downward, like on the real finished controller, and then it just doesn't. It just goes and then goes to the lump. So it's kind of like they already had this design in mind, and then this prototype one like deviated from that? I don't know. I'd be interested to know like when in the development timeline this thing was made. And I will also take it apart, but not before we test it on stuff in case I break it. So, number 1, Android phone. I got Dolphin open, got my OTG cable. Let's see. Preparing USB device. You know, in case this USB port was not actually a USB port and it was wired for something completely different, I'm really glad I didn't just like destroy my phone. So does this just work? Not right off the bat in a menu in Android, at least. It's not doing nothing. Device. Which one is prototype Xbox controller? I don't think any of them. Hold on, let me unplug. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 devices. And then I plug it in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. So it doesn't work on Android. That is about as far as we're gonna get with that. You know what is kind of funny though, is that you can take an original Xbox controller and plug it in. This one's been hard modded with a regular USB cable. And this does just work. It just works. Look at me now, Todd. And then obviously an Xbox 360 controller is gonna work. Isn't that cool though, that they put a driver for this thing, which didn't even have a USB cable originally? Like, what are they doing? What are they cooking up over there at Android headquarters? So yeah, Android, nope, not gonna happen.
But what about a computer?
Oh, now that's interesting. It comes up as DC1 controller. 2012 Microsoft Corporation, version 0.1. DC1, why is there 3 of them? Okay, well there's no driver, that's the problem. What do you think would happen if we just install Xbox 360 controller for Windows driver? Wait, there's a driver for this? Hold on, we'll test that later. Okay, Xbox controller for Windows, go. Yes. Can it do it? Can it be done? Apparently. But it doesn't show up under control panel, so maybe not. Wait, hold on. DC1 controller, copyright 2012? That was right at the advent of the Xbox One. So, what you mean to tell me is that this is a prototype Xbox One controller? Dude, I'm so confused. Well, in light of the news that this is a Xbox One prototype controller, we're just gonna skip straight to the 360 then. This is a dev kit, by the way, and I cannot test it on an Xbox One, unfortunately, because I do not have one. Just kidding, I got an Xbox One. Does not work. And nothing. Nothing at all. Well, that sucks. Cool. We got the worst timeline. Doesn't work on anything. Why don't we at least take it apart then? Whoop. Oh. This appears to kind of just be an Xbox 360 controller, sort of. Wait, no. Did the Xbox 360 have haptic triggers? I don't think so. No. No, it did not. Interesting. So they kind of just shoehorned haptic motors into the 360 triggers. Really interesting. But they kept like the same mechanism for the most part. Well, that's cool. Haptic Xbox 360 triggers. Only here, only now.
Localized entirely within your kitchen.
Here's a high-resolution shot of the board for all the preservationists out there. Keep up the good work. And here's the back side. And here's this board. And the other side. Wait a second! Micro USB? Whoa. Huh? Okay, hold on. What is this chip? That appears to be an entire ARM CPU. Highly integrated low-power tri-radio Bluetooth MCU with integrated blah, 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 blah. ARM Cortex M4. MCU? So maybe it's not a CPU. Is it a microcontroller or something? I don't know. There's also a very tiny little pin header here.
Who you calling pinhead?
And a spot for a ribbon cable to go right in there. I'm gonna plug in the micro USB to the computer and see what happens. Just said USB UART. So just kind of speculating here. I'm guessing this does all of the processing, and this is literally just the input board. Although, I don't know, because there's all of this stuff. Clean up our trigger filth while we're in here. It makes more sense now as to the design of this thing, now that we know that it was actually a Xbox One controller at some point, so that's why this design is kind of finalized already, as to like the 360 controller and then modified from there. But what'd they do with the home button? Like the 360 had a home button, why doesn't this? Well, I wish there was more I could comment on, but this is all kind of beyond me at this point. That sucks, that it just doesn't like work on anything. I did poke around a little bit at like the raw data stream in Linux that this thing gives off, and it does stuff. And clearly if it says Microsoft device in device manager, it's like communicating something, but I don't know. If there is a driver for this thing that exists and I just didn't manage to find it at this point, let me know in the comments. I'll update this part of the video right here to tell you guys if I ever got this thing working at any point, and then I'll probably show a clip of it working if so. But if this part of the video is still in the video, then we are still on the wrong timeline where I can't get this thing working. And in that case, that's the end of the video. Thank you for watching. I didn't forget about testing this, by the way. Dude, this is funny. Look at this. It recognizes it as plugged in. Data can be transferred over, where is it? Over this cable. Look at that. It totally sees it. And then you go to actually do anything with it. Nope, nothing. Can you even turn it on? You can. But it will never connect. I'll even open up the whole Steam Big Picture menu to show you guys that it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. It even says, look at that, it's trying to find player 1, but you just can't. You're not allowed. Why? I'm going to prison and there's no getting out of it. Wait, no, that's not the right cut. Okay, there we go. I'm going to game on a prison laptop. And on this specific prison laptop right here. Okay, prison laptop. There's gotta be more to it than that, right? There isn't just one manufacturer out there making every single laptop for every single prison. And for all I know, there totally is. But this one in particular is the Secure Book 5, made by a company called Justice Tech Solutions. And to be honest with you, I absolutely love this. This is my childhood right here, man. Well, not that I was like a child prisoner, but you know, I mean like all the transparent tech from back in the day. You know, like the controllers, Game Boys, iMacs, phones. Everything back then was transparent. That's half the reason I even got an interest in technology in the first place. Like, yeah, big box go beep beep boop, make cool things happen. But then if you look one layer deeper, you'll see that the beep beep booping is happening in there. And it looks like somebody had the same idea as me, because they've already gotten into this thing. No screws in any of the screw posts. On one hand, that makes my job easy. On the other hand, we're probably gonna run into some unspeakable horrors. Nope. Oh no. Hold on, I've already found one. Dude, why are all the screws in the corner? This is like in an anthill where the ants just take all the dead bodies of all the other ants and just throw them in a pile. Very cool. I'm guessing we can probably thank a magnet for that, because they're not really going anywhere. Oh, that sounds real nice. So without further ado, let's get her open. All right, which prison shank are we gonna be using first? I think I'll do this one. And as far as getting this thing open, it looks like somebody else has already committed some sins here. So considering the damage has already been done, I think I'll just follow in their footsteps. Oh, wow. Oh, they weren't kidding with the name. It is quite the secure book, utilizing the tried and true method of security through giant plastic clips. But clearly, get it because it's clear, their security is no match for me. You know, I feel like I'd be pretty popular in prison. I could just round up everybody's prison laptop and install games to it. I'd be the toast of the town. Except that the Department of Corrections already beat me to it. The rounding up everybody's laptop part, at least. So these prison laptops have a bit of a history. Zifrey Wenting bought one of these laptops and posted about it on Twitter, which is how I found out about it, and he busted this thing wide open. I'm gonna be using some of his research to do some gaming. But apparently the Department of Corrections here in Washington State also saw this Twitter thread, and they took 1,200 incarcerated students' laptops away because of it. And yeah, that's pretty rough, especially because those students were trying to get their college degrees, and that's gonna kind of slow down the process to not have a, you know, a computer. And that whole thing just seems a bit ridiculous to me. Because as you'll see in today's here video, getting into this thing is gonna require a little more than just a toothbrush shank. Okay, I don't mean physically, because yeah, I guess we did kind of get into it with nothing but a shank. But I'm talking about like software. You'll see what we have to do with this thing, and it's not something that anybody incarcerated could pull off. Or at least that's what I'm thinking. I haven't done any of it yet, so we're gonna find out together. So yeah, that kind of sucks. Just wanted to bring it up. But back to gaming. There appears to be a SATA port, completely unpopulated. I don't know if this thing had a hard drive at some point and then it was just removed. I don't know. We got a mystery port here. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. This is a prison port? And don't let anybody else near your prison port. You don't want anyone else going into that thing. Stray screw number 1. This right here is an itty bitty little wireless chip. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, you know, all that good stuff. Stray screw number 2, there we go. And this battery is kind of like bulging. No, it's just not mounted correctly. Oh, you want to know why? Yeah, that would do it. Stray screws 3, 4, and 5. Very cool. Wonder if there's any more under there. Let's just take the whole battery out.
Oh, thank goodness you found me!
No more screws under the battery. You know, they're all just piled here. I think we can get all those in one go. Who has the stronger magnet now, prison laptop? Pathetic. All right. This sits flush now, so that's good. Huh. I just noticed something from the screws that were in the corner. Look at that. Tri-wing. This is a Nintendo prison laptop. Mario, if you can hear me, I'm gonna get you out, don't worry. But if we're gonna free Mario, we gotta power this thing on. Oh, that's a tiny boy. I give you my Bringus word that I do not have that cable. So you know what that means. We're gonna do some shady shit. Okay, the cover says it takes 12 volts, and I have no reason to disagree with that. So we'll turn on this guy, set him to 12 volts, and we're ready to charge, Bambino. What are the odds that this is not center positive? I think it's probably pretty low. And there we go. We have an LED. I take it this is a good LED? It's kind of blinking the headphone icon. Okay, I'm gonna assume it's charging it. Now, what are the odds that I can kind of just... Yeah, this is fine. You love this. You love this. Power button right here. We have another LED. And... Haha, look at that, okay. Oh, actually, I think this is fine. For a second there, I was getting flashbacks of the Sega gaming PC. Oh, that is not good. That is really not good. I'm pretty sure that Wenting already found the BIOS password. But this setup is kind of terrible. Hold on, we can do better. I think a lot of you are strongly going to dislike this solution. Normally, I'd tell you not to try this, but this worked so well that I would be doing you a disservice to say that to you. Absolute win. Molex is the champion. And you still got a Molex to use for something else. Amazing. Power on. Alright, Wenting, what's the password? Oh, no way. This isn't the password, but apparently these came with a 240 gigabyte SSD that is literally China brand. That is fantastic. That's gonna be hard to beat. But it appears that the password is N%, open parenthesis, lowercase d, uppercase U, 32, lowercase p. Ah, gotta love that. Gotta love when other people do the work for ya. Let's say we peruse this BIOS, huh? Oh, wait, there's nothing to peruse. There's just a security tab. That's it? Nothing else? You know what? If the secure book does not live up to its name, they care about one thing and one thing only. Security. So that's it, huh? No other settings? Okay. Save. Exit. So I guess the next step is to install an SSD?
I think today I'll use my billion reservoir SSD. Only the finest of storage for the finest of prison laptops.
Can I get a... Ubuntu? Oh, this laptop doesn't have a single USB port. Not on this side, not on this side, and not on any other side. And if I remember correctly, the way that Wenting booted an operating system over USB was with none other than the trackpad. And I swear this makes sense. I swear to you. Let me tell you why. The trackpad connects to the rest of the laptop with this cable. This cable carries a USB signal. So what we can do is take this here USB hub, cut off the end of the cable, wire it to where this goes, and now we have USB ports. This is ridiculous, but I think it's kind of the only way. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, I forgot to mention, this insane laptop has a whitelist of hard drives that it's willing to boot off of. And the hacky way around that is to install your operating system to here, and then use a flash drive with a tool like Refind or something to kind of pass the boot off to another device to actually get the system booted. OS is here, bootloader's here, and that was the plan. But now, I have discovered that there's a patched BIOS that gets rid of this issue entirely. However, to flash the BIOS, I need to boot an operating system. Either that or I flash the BIOS chip on the motherboard directly with like a Raspberry Pi and soldering to the motherboard and that sounds kind of bad. But either way, we have options. And since I don't really feel like busting out the Raspberry Pi right now, we are gonna just tap into the touchpad. And it should actually be surprisingly easy. Data minus, data plus, ground from wherever, and 5 volt from right here. That's all 4 connections that you need for USB. See, look, just 4. Easy enough. So then all we gotta do is use the multimeter to figure out where these are actually going. All right, I know where everything has to go now. And with the magic of editing, it's all soldered. So now all we gotta do is disconnect the touchpad. Don't want this thing interfering with our communication. There we go. And now in theory, if I'm not a complete idiot, booting this thing up should now be as simple as going and then Oh hey, it sees the SSD. Anyway, how do we boot this here flash drive? Okay, well instead of a flash drive, what if we just plugged in a keyboard? Nothing? Alright, one moment. Okay, I flipped green and white, and I got 5 volts from a little bit of a different spot. And now it should be fine. And now we'll know if it works if some of these LEDs on the Dirty Cherry keyboard turn on. Let's see. Anything? Oh, yep, there we go. Beautiful. We love that. Okay, so our USB hub works, which means now we can also plug in a flash drive, give her the old reboot, and ladies and gentlemen, there it is. Now, part of me wants to say that it was a bit of a security oversight to let you just boot from a flash drive here. But then when you think about what I had to do to even get this flash drive connected at all, yeah, I don't think it was an oversight. Oh, right. The touchpad don't work no more. Oh, that's okay. I got my own. So I'm just going to get Ubuntu installed to the SSD, and then either I'm going to be able to find a way to flash the BIOS somehow, or we're gonna have to do that method that I was talking about earlier where we use a USB drive to kind of pass the boot along to the hard drive, and it's gonna be a little bit disgusting, but you know what? We do what we gotta do to game around here, don't we? Ubuntu installed. Installation media removed. Enter. Pressed. Did I get extremely lucky? Oh, no, not at all. Hard disk have been changed. I mean, I guess they're not wrong. This isn't 240 gigabyte China SSD that they were expecting. We'll just have to do this the disgusting way. Here's the idea. The laptop sees the SSD, realizes that this is a bootable SSD, then it realizes that this is not the correct SSD, and it blocks booting. However, if we can make this SSD seem like it's not a bootable SSD, the laptop will just move on to the next boot device. And for us, that's a USB flash drive. And all I've done is copy the EFI partition from our newly Ubuntu'd SSD, dumped it onto this flash drive, and then deleted it from here. So in theory, the laptop will look at the SSD, see that there's no EFI partition, stop worrying about it, go to the next boot device, it boots the EFI partition on here, which points to the files on here, and basically, we're gaming. What the f***? Look at that f***ing dumpy. That's like a Millennium Falcon ass. But that's just a theory. A gaming theory. I feel like that saying went into the YouTuber public domain now that MatPat's not doing it anymore. I don't think he would mind. Alright, let's see. It's taking longer than normal. It's thinking about it. Oh, what is this? ACPI BIOS error? Oh, you know what? I don't care. Never mind. Okay. My worry here is that it says we're booting, but it's just kind of hung up and not doing anything. Well, actually, here, we can hit F1. Haha. I see a whole lot of OKs and one thing that's been going for a minute. I'm just gonna assume that this thing is insanely slow, and it just kind of takes that much time. Press enter for maintenance. Oh wait, I'm in emergency mode? Alright, screw this, I'm rebooting. I'm just gonna be a good kid this time. I'm not gonna interfere with anything. You just do your thing, prison book. You take all the time you need, little buddy. There we go. Who's a good little prison book? It's gamer time. G-A-M-E-R? Hello? Gamer. What is happening? I can't type anything. What is this? What's going on? This is gamer oppression. Suspend. Bye-bye. Now come back. Gamer. Fine. Just restart again, I guess. Other users are logged in. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm already logged in? This is so lame. Come on, we're already here. I don't want to have to reboot. All right, you win, Ubuntu. I'll restart for no reason. Let's try this again. Gamer. Gamer. That's what I thought. Well, now that we've ended gamer oppression, let's see what the heck it is we even have here. Wow, the camera really does not like the screen. Epilepsy warning in 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness, that is so much worse. Epilepsy canceled. Okay, well, it's not perfect, but that's the best my camera's gonna do. Intel Celeron N3450, 4 gigabytes of RAM. You see this times 4? That's a quad core, baby. That means it's big time gaming. All right, you know what time it is now. It's time to get Steam. Oh, we're not on the internet. Yeah, that would be a problem. And actually, for my own sanity, I'm just gonna use an Ethernet adapter. We got enough jank going on already. I do not want to introduce Wi-Fi in the mix. There we go. Nothing like some Ethernet over USB 2, 3.7 megabytes per second. Very fast. Now we'll get Steam. And this time with the correct command. Oh yikes. Oh yikes. What did I do this time? Can you, like, leave me alone, dude? We'll see how you like being removed. Damn. Fine. Die. Nobody gets in the way of me installing Steam. That's what I thought. Oh. You have held broken packages. I've seen that one before. Hold on, I just had a nasty thought. The last time we got an error like that was on the Trimble Yuma, which ended up being 32-bit. Don't tell me. No, we're 64-bit. Okay, idea. Instead of trying to be an elite hacksaw and getting Steam through the terminal, what if I just did what I do literally every other time and just download the installer? You guys want to see something that I literally cannot explain? I go to type my password of gamer, hit enter.
No.
And it just breaks it.
I'm afraid not.
This time it doesn't even say that it's right. However, we used the Dirty Cherry keyboard, G-A-M-E-R, enter.
Yeah.
What? Alright, second new form of security discovered today. Authenticate using this specific keyboard. Huh? I kinda don't really know how I got this far. I was still having issues getting it installed. Magically, this window just popped up out of nowhere, and I hit the Start Steam button, and now we have Steam. So, calculated flawless victory on my part. And just like that, we are gaming. But what are we gonna be playing? I thought it would be appropriate that we played some prison games this time. Now that we jailbroke our laptop here. Get it? Jailbroke? Alright, escape prison. 55 cents, sounds good. Prisoner Wars, alright, yep. 99 cents, let's do it. And Fat Prisoner Simulator, 99 cents. I will not regret this decision. I feel like there's basically a 100% chance that I'm going to be audited for writing off Fat Prisoner Simulator on my taxes. Alright, Escape prison. Oh, hey, this actually runs pretty good. What is this? I think these are people. We gotta drag them over here. Awesome, let's go. Okay. Oh, I have to move them. So what was the point of drawing the line? We did it. We escaped prison. Oh, we did it, everybody. We escaped prison. Amazing. What's the plan, Professor? So what's the point of drawing the line? Can I just... Cool. Escaped. All right, I'm gonna do a bold move here. I'm not gonna draw the line. So I haven't technically escaped then? The level's not ending. Okay. Very cool. Very good prison escape game. Okay, I think we've seen enough of that. Prison Wars. I already know what this is gonna be by this UI. Let's do this. Or should I say, let's doom this. Does this count? Did we run Doom? I don't know what the shoot button is. Wait, so if this is Prison Wars, is the goal not even to escape the prison? Is the goal warfare? I exist for one thing, and it is to create bloodshed, which is easier said than done on the dirty cherry keyboard. Amazing, just amazing. Wait, no, am I escaping from prison? Because that's like a prison guard over here. This like extremely obese sprite. Does anybody know the lore to Prison Wars? Gonna have to do some reading up. Oh, well, I'll have to do that later. Because I've got some fat prisoner simulator to play. You know, I probably should have got the skin cells off the screen before I started playing. Oh, here we are. Hold on, let me turn off the lights. Oh, this screen is so crap that it doesn't really matter. Oh my. What are the controls? I don't even think I'm controlling this guy. What is happening? This is not me. What is happening? All right, let's try that again. There we go. Oh! No, we're back, we're back. This is not me! This is... Dude! I'm actually just not controlling this guy. What is going on? Okay. Cool game. I've seen enough. Alright, well those were some good prison games. If you were curious, the GPU is an Intel HD Graphics 500. Very fast, very fast. And now that we've played our prison games, I do want to see how Half-Life will do. And I can tell you right now that I do not have the patience to try my other regular games. GTA 5, no chance. Counter-Strike 2, not gonna happen. But Half-Life, oh yeah, we can do that. This is nothing for this thing. You guys can't really tell because the camera's recording in 30 FPS, but the game is running at 60 FPS, no problem. Wait, what the? How did I? What? How did I get here? Oh, this is right at the end. What the heck? Why was this the save that it loaded to? Okay, well, we just beat Half-Life, so naturally, now we have to play Half-Life 2. All right, Half-Life 2, a solid 20 FPS. Well, hold on, what's the quality? Aha, there we go. Everything low. There we go, much better. Almost 60 FPS. If I was in prison, would I play this? Absolutely. I mean, what else are you gonna be doing in prison? Shockingly, the Secure Book 5 prison laptop is not even remotely the worst thing I have gamed on. You could do much, much worse than this. If you're okay with the fact that there's no hard drive, no reasonable way to boot from the hard drive, and are okay with the fact that you have to solder in your own USB ports, it's a pretty cool little computer. I don't even really know if you can get these anymore. The eBay listing that I bought mine from doesn't have any more quantity on it. So good luck if you want to get one of these. Shout out to Wenting on Twitter. He gave me pretty much every clue I needed to actually get into this thing. And there was actually someone else on Twitter that had used one of these little breakout boards to put a proper USB port on the side, because I guess on the motherboard there's another USB port that isn't connected to the touchpad. So I'm gonna restore the touchpad, get some USB mounted on the actual chassis, and then probably still keep the Molex cable soldered to the power port because I still don't have the charger. So if you want a little extra prison laptop content, head over to my second channel, John Bringus. It's in the description, and you can watch that video. But if this video is as far as you want to go, that's all right. All I ask of you is that you keep on trucking, gamer. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so you already know the situation. So I've also ordered a BIOS flasher. This little guy right here, that is the BIOS chip. And if you recall from the Sega All's BIOS cracking video that's also here on the second channel, there is a way that you can hook up like a Raspberry Pi or a EEPROM programmer or whatever to this thing, and then you can, you know, read and write to it. And there is a modded BIOS out there. I don't even remember if I said anything about that in the original video. But there is a modded BIOS that lets you not have to boot from a flash drive anymore. And that would be pretty cool if we could do that. We will see. I have ordered a programmer for this thing. Whether or not I bother to do anything with it, I don't know. We'll see. So step 1 is going to be to get the USB hub desoldered, because you can't have this soldered where the touchpad is soldered and also use the touchpad at the same time. USB do not work like that. So goodbye ground, goodbye white data line, goodbye green data line, and goodbye 5 volts. Now I'll just unscrew the battery, plug the touchpad ribbon back in. Beautiful. Okay. So until we can boot an operating system again, I won't technically know if that still works, because for all I know, I screwed something up in here and now the touchpad just won't work at all. But we can't boot an operating system because we have no USB ports. But here's our little breakout board. So there's an unpopulated USB header right here. The idea is that we're just gonna plug a ribbon cable into that, and then I'll be able to solder USB to one of these. And honestly, if I knew about this when I was first making the video, that would have been great, because then I wouldn't have had to solder all up in here, which was kind of really difficult and took a little bit. But yeah, that would have been nice to have, but again, like I said, I didn't really know about this until more than halfway through the video, and way until after I had already done all that soldering. So it is what it is. But anyway, we will plug in this USB cable. Sweet. Except now, we gotta figure out the pinout for this guy, which should be the same as this one. So, get some sticky notes here. So these connectors have 10 pins. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There very likely could be 2 USB signals transmitted through this cable. I have no idea, because 10 pins is way more than you need for USB. But I'm guessing they're at least the same. So what I can do here is go to data minus, this point right here, and then check the continuity on the motherboard side. I'm down here, hello. Okay, that appears to be pin 2 from the right. So we're gonna call this one D minus. Now we'll go over to, where is it? D plus, right here. And we'll look for that one. What do you know? It's right next to it. And then D plus. Okay, now we'll find ground. Is that really ground? That's not ground. That was, last time that was 5 volts. Hold on, 5 volts. What the hell? Okay, so we can't really continuity check that one. But what I can do is I can plug this thing into power. All right, just plugged it into power. And from my testing previously, this thing does give power to the USB port, even when it's not powered on. Like here, I'll show you. I'll just touch 1 lead to ground, 1 lead to 5 volt. See, we've got 5 volts. So, instead of checking for continuity, which will not work this time, I will just check for 5 volts. Ground right there. Okay, so it's positive 5 volts on the first pin to the right. So that means we have 5 volts right there. Now I'm gonna put the black lead on the 5 volt connection and the red lead over here, and that gives me negative 5 volts with the 4th pin from the right. So that means that will work as ground. And there we go, ground. So yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of pins here. I would bet you anything that there is another USB connection running through here, but you know, we don't really need to care just because we've already got this other USB header that we have learned about. If I wanted to make like a custom PCB that used this and I could expose another USB port, then that would be cool, but it doesn't really matter. So my hope is that this, if I pop it open, will be slim enough that we can kind of mount it on the side, and then we could have a bunch of USB ports. Because the alternative to that is to take just like a single female USB port and then just solder it to the outside. And that would be fine, but you would basically just need a USB hub all the time because one USB port is not enough. So now we got to get this guy open. And there's no screws. I guess I'll just, I don't know, put it through CBT. CBT worked great. Excelente. Worst case scenario, I will have to desolder one of the USB ports, but I really don't want to have to do that. Oh, this is great. This is so compact. Nice. We may lose one of our screw posts on the side here. Not really a huge deal though. I don't really care. So this could go, oh wow. Oh, it hits the hinge. What if we went upside down like this? Big maybe. Let's see if I just kind of shove this here. Can it be closed? Kind of shove that in there while we're at it. Okay, hold on. I don't want to damage this. Okay, can it close? That's pretty good. It's not bulging. So, yeah, I think we can do that. Okay, so we will just lose the screw posts then. Ooh. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Goodbye. See you later. We made quite the stress mark on the outside right there. That's awesome. Okay, and then we'll lose this one. Actually, here, let me cut this part first to avoid the stress mark. And then cut it out. Goodbye. See you later. Okay, this is pretty good. And then this wire, well, I'll probably have to trim this down. That's fine. Actually, I'll just replace this whole thing because we don't need this little choke. Or can I go this way? Like this. I could theoretically go like that. No, I don't like that. We'll just do it like this. So let me get a picture of how these wires are laid out for resoldering later. And then we will desolder them. Could you hold the wire for me, buddy? Thank you. Alright, so the wires are now desoldered. This will fit super nicely right there. Wow, that's actually great. Right there. Now I'm kind of just going to mark off with a Sharpie where I need to cut with a Dremel. Alright, there's our cut points. Now I'm going to go outside and get that all cut up. There we go. They fit great. The idea was to keep the plastic walls in between, but that was way too hard to cut. So now there's just gaps. But anyway, we'll get this thing glued in and then soldered up and then give it a try. Ports are glued in place. And it looks like the breakout board will fit fine right there. So that should work out. So now all I gotta do is wire up the breakout board to the USB hub and we will be able to test it out. And figuring out where to wire the USB port should be pretty easy because you can see each little pin here corresponds to a circle. So you just solder to the circle that corresponds to the pin that you need, which is just the first 4 on the right, and we'll be good to go. All right, that's it. It's all wired up. Let's see if it works. Oh my God, there's dust all over it. All right, in goes the Molex. Power on. Instantly powered off. That's cool. Oh, no, we're good. Okay. So it should error out because we just have... Yeah, there we go. We just have the hard drive connected, not the flash drive. Before I risk my flash drive, we'll plug in a keyboard. Okay, it's not working. Likely, I just flipped the data pins because for some reason, it's kind of hotly debated which pins for the data lines that USB's color is going to be. Sometimes it's green and sometimes it's white, and there's like no consensus that I can tell as to which one is which. Because when I look it up, half the time I get the answer, oh, green is minus, and then the other half I'm like, oh, green is plus. So who knows? But in the original video, I did have to flip them. So I will flip them again and hope for the best. All right, pins have been flipped. Let's try again. All right, keyboard in, power on. Do we? No? Nothing? Really? That not good. There we go. Look at that. We can enter keys. Okay, so here's what the problem was. So the pinout of this connector is not actually exactly the same as the one over here from the touchpad. I don't really know why, but it's just not. Like, this doesn't even carry 5 volts at all. I had to end up getting 5 volts from the trackpad. You can see this wire running over here, which is really weird, but it still carries the USB data lines and it has a ground. So I was able to get ground, USB data plus and data minus all from this port, but 5 volts from over here. And the data lines were not even where I thought they were going to be. Shout out to Technite for figuring out where the actual data plus and data minus were supposed to be, because they were not the same as the trackpad port, which is just weird, but it works. So let's go ahead and put it all back together. Got that breakout board barely fitting right there next to the SSD. Got our USB ports, and look at that, doesn't even bulge. Beautiful. Let's use this bastard. So in theory, we can just take our little flash drive, stick it in one of them USB ports, turn it on, and there we go. We're booting Ubuntu. Hell yeah. So we'll get into the operating system here, and then I want to see if the touchpad works. Oh my god, I forgot. I have to type the password with the freaking dirty cherry keyboard. No idea why that's the case. Mouse? No! No mouse! How? How could you do this? How could this be? Okay, now I'm really confused. So I've hooked into the touchpad, and I've got it all breadboarded here over to a USB cable that's plugged into this laptop. And if I move the trackpad, it actually moves on the laptop. So clearly the trackpad works. So what the heck? However, after unplugging and plugging the ribbon cable back in like 6 different times, the AMR 4630XXX USB keyboard, that is actually our trackpad. Or at least that's what it showed up as when I did LS-USB on the Chromebook. However, I now have the current issue of it not wanting to boot. I don't know why this happens. Probably the fact that I've got a bootloader on a flash drive and then an OS on a SATA drive. Or the billion reservoir SSD might actually be a piece of crap. And you know, nobody could have seen that coming. But yeah, give me a minute and I'll get this booted. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on, but look at that. We can move the mouse with the trackpad. Beautiful. Oh, there we go. I gave up booting from the hard drive, so I'm just booting the installer again. But yep, look at that. We're good to go. We got a working trackpad. We got a working keyboard. We have a working keyboard. Don't tell me. Nope, we're good. We are good. See, look at this. Bam. We got 4 functional USB ports. I'm pretty happy with this. All right, the BIOS flasher came in. I've got the BIOS chip hooked up to this absolute octopus of a connection all the way over to my computer. I've dumped my BIOS. Now I'll open up the modded one and we'll see what happens. Oh, there it, maybe they didn't remove the BIOS password check? Okay, so it works, but we've got kind of a new problem. Now I can't boot anything. So here's the Ubuntu flash drive. Control Alt Delete, and it just goes straight to BIOS. And there's no options, no boot options, no nothing like that. This isn't good for anything. I've tried messing with Secure Boot too, and that doesn't do anything. And there's just like no options. This doesn't do anything. So this is actually worse than the old BIOS. Because not only can I not boot from the hard drive, but I cannot boot from the flash drive. So I don't know why that's the case. All right, feeling pretty stupid right about now. Because I discovered you can hit escape, quit without saving, yes. And then it will just keep going with the boot process. So never mind, works great. So here it is in kind of its final form. I've got the BIOS password written down on some Kapton tape here because it has a nasty tendency of resetting the BIOS password to default. And since the modded BIOS is a bit screwy, you have to enter this every time you want to boot the computer. But anyway, I've got Kubuntu installed. That's my personal favorite distro to actually just use on my own stuff. And honestly, this thing works like pretty good. Like, yeah, it's a crummy Celeron, and yeah, it's gonna take 10 seconds to launch Firefox. But look at that, I don't know, you open up Reddit, bam, that was quick. Look at this, you can do all your Reddit tasks on this thing. Incredible. And Wi-Fi works fine, which is nice. The one beef I have with this thing, though, is that there's no speakers. There is a headphone jack, which I actually have not even tested, so hold on, I'm gonna test that right now. Yeah, the headphone jack works fine. Even the headset mic works. Look at this. But yeah, no internal speakers. I bet you that there is a header on the motherboard for it. And that would be kind of cool to figure out, but I do not own a signal analyzer, so I will let someone else figure that out. Also, look at that. We're not plugged in with the Molex anymore. Yeah, it turns out the battery actually works. It didn't work when I first got it, and then I just left it plugged in for like 3 days, and now it works fine. So that's cool. I guess I'll get the real charger now. But speaking of letting other people figure things out, the BIOS on here being kind of screwy means that hopefully somebody will fix it and make a better BIOS. Something with more BIOS options maybe. And so I will be prepared for that. Here's the BIOS chip. I've got wires soldered to over here and a little header to easily plug back into the BIOS flashing tool. So when the new BIOS drops, I'm ready. So we'll slap this cover back on. Oh, also look at this. When you turn it on, the back of the screen lights up. Oh, you can't really see that at all. There we go. Check that out. It's a really nice light, actually. Whoa. Yeah, it's great. It's kind of like a giant version of those old Apple logos on the MacBooks. So yeah, that's pretty cool. But that's it. The final form of Prison Laptop. Oh, yep, see, there we go. It just reset the BIOS password back again. But that's it. As far as right now, this is the final form of the prison laptop. I may add some speakers at some point, probably flash the BIOS again, but for the most part, this is it. Thanks for watching this video, and thanks for watching the one on the main channel too. I got more cooking, like always, so I will see you in the next one. Friends, I regret to inform you that there's been a death in the studio. My baby boy is no more. And it's not because it's not hot. Look, he's trying. He's got a little life left in him. Okay, well, I mean, Okay, so maybe he's not dead, but his golden days are behind him for sure. So we're gonna put him to rest. Godspeed Thermogrip from the 90s. With an incredibly safe method of turning it off and on. You'll always have a place in my heart. But you know what they say? Out with the old, in with the Look at this thing, dude. It uses a drill battery. You ain't never had a glue gun this satisfying. So all hot gluing tasks are going to be handled by our boy Ryobi. And believe me, he's up for the task. Why would I do that? That was a mistake. Now there's hot glue stuck to the table. Ah, that's alright. The more stains we add to the table, the more rich the lore is. But anyway, you didn't come here to see the glue gun. You came here for this. You might be surprised to learn that you guys have seen this before. It was in the Chinese translator video. You know, I've gamed on some pretty stupid devices in my time. The Trimble Yuma, the Leapster GS, maybe most stupid of all, the Ioneo 2S, Oh wait, I haven't made a video about that one yet. And today it's time to make that video. But what is it? XI3? XB? I actually don't know. Like usual, I've done no research. In my head, I keep referring to this thing as the Hypercube. And the reason I say that, do you guys remember this? The Jimmy Neutron Hypercube? So as far as I'm concerned, this is the Hypercube. But what is it? Probably a computer, I don't know. Look at this. Looks like a computer to me. Wait, DisplayPort / HDMI? That's a new one. 2 mini display ports, the power jack, USB 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Technically, these are eSATA, but eSATA is not real, so those are USB. Oh, excuse me, this one's not USB, this is keyboard plug. Also, my bad again, these are actually lightning connectors. USB 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's how that works. Ethernet, audio in, audio out, the one cool audio port with the red laser. All in all, not too bad. And you know what, for once, I think I actually have the right cable for this. Hold on. 19 volts, 3.43 amps, 19 volts, 3.3 amps. Wait, you can actually put 12 to 24 volts through this thing. That's pretty cool. That is some idiot protection right there if I've ever seen it. I'm sure someone in the audience is happy that I didn't have to break out the variable power supply for this one. Oh, she's going. Wow, didn't have to hit the power button or anything. Okay, well, we're not quite ready for that yet. We haven't even taken it apart. Which end do you start on? I genuinely don't know. Okay, this end. All right, everybody. What's inside the Hypercube? Huh. I don't know. I think that is an infrared receiver? I don't know. Either way, I don't have a remote. Okay, now what? You pull it out? What if you dump it out? Oh, you can certainly dump it out. Look at this. They pretty much made the trash can computer before Apple. It's just a cube of computing. What era even is this thing? So we've got an unpopulated MSATA. Whoa. Oh, okay. IO Shield said see you later.
Bye-bye.
Then we have a populated MSATA, a 128 gigabyte SATA 3. Oh, this is like this brand too. So it is XI3. XI3 storage. Okay. So they're cool enough to have their own SSDs. I see how it is. This is not having a good time. We'll just put this out of its misery, I guess. See you later. And then this is also kinda coming off, so... Okay, bye-bye. Wait, what? Uh-oh. AMD? Oh, no. Hey, I like AMD just as much as the next guy. But when you see stuff from the MSATA era, and then you see AMD, it usually means that you're not in for a good time. Then this is probably the CPU? Good God, what is in here that can be cooled by these two fans? It's a 40 mil fan, plus another 40 mil fan. Oh boy. Dude, is this gonna be another Windows XP video? Wait, okay, no. 2010 to 2013. at best. I mean, we've got the AMD chipset on this thing. So if this isn't just like a little dedicated graphics card, which would be sick, but I don't think so because there's no heatsink on it. This is probably a chipset, which means this is probably an mobile AMD CPU. Should we take the heatsink off? No, I'm not gonna take the heatsink off. We gotta build the suspense. There's no fun in knowing what the CPU is this early, and we haven't even covered the
dedicated RAM.
Look at all those. This is about as dedicated as it gets. You can't even remove it. And with that, I mean, what else really is on here? Reassembly time. Well, now I guess we're supposed to just plug it in. Well, there's the BIOS. Man, that felt too easy. After messing with the, what's it called? The Google Meet, having to do so much, just ripping my hair out with that thing, I forgot how nice it was to just use a real computer sometimes. Oh no, 4080 megabytes of DDR3. Wait, 4080? What? Not 4096? Isn't that 4 gigs? 4096? Wonder if some of that's going to the graphics. The HTC limit is set to a cool 95. Luckily, we're not even close to that limit. Sand Force, 0 gigabytes. Cool. The power of sand, everybody.
I don't like sand.
Oh, so we do have AMD graphics. A Toombiosp. Never heard of that before. This is kind of cool. Can go from DisplayPort to HDMI on this port. It really is just both, apparently. Primary video device. PCIe slot. What? Oh, North Bridge and South Bridge. What the heck? Okay, Sand Force of 0 gigabytes is probably not going to be doing much for us, I imagine. But we'll try and install an OS to it anyway. But we still don't know what the CPU is. CPU config. Richland Pi. Very cool. I didn't even want to keep you guys in the dark on this one. But, well, I guess neither of us know. SteamOS, going in. I don't really think Chimera OS got a fair shake in the last video. And by the last video, I mean the iBoss video. That was just a disaster. iBoss Gaming is not where it's at. But will the Xi3 be where it's at? Well, we're gonna find out, aren't we? Okay, what are the odds that the Sand Force, which showed up as 0.0 gigabytes, is actually gonna work? SDA will now be formatted. Perfect. Oh. Well, that was quick. System bootstrap step failed. I don't even know what that means. Okay. I may have been a little hasty in putting this thing back together, because I think we need a new SSD. Torque screws. Cute or cringe? Okay, see you later, Sand Force. More like waste of Sand Force. This SSD replacement brought to you by some OEM, Samsung MSATA. Don't tell Xi3, but I'm not putting the other screw back in. In fact, I have so little confidence in this thing that I am just not gonna put it back together at all. Install to Samsung. Hey, there we... Oh. Downloading Steam? I couldn't even get an A out before we got Steam. Holy crap, Chimera OS is great. Oh, standard or advanced? I'm a standard kind of guy. Installation successfully completed. Would you like to restart the computer now? Absolutely. Hello? You gonna boot or nah? Alright, that's fine. I'm a patient Xi3 gamer, so while that's booting, let's see what we can find out about it. Xi3. Oh, it's a boat motor? Xi3 kayak saltwater bow mount trolling motor. We do a little trolling motor. Okay, how about Xi3 computer? Clever architecture comes at too high a price, starting at $849 in 2012. Since this thing is probably an amazing investment, adjusting for inflation, this thing's probably worth like $1,800 now. I struck gold. Not if it doesn't freaking boot though. What the heck? Xi3, if you are here with us in the room today, give us a sign. Preferably boot. Okay. What's going on? I need to talk to your BIOS. Let me talk to the Linux boot manager. Evidently, he's not in today. Okay, there was another boot option. UEFI OS. Okay, let's try that. Nothing? Okay, what are the odds that I actually need to be using this primary display port / HDMI port? Because maybe it's actually booting, but it's just not treating this as like an enabled display or something? Hold on. Oh, wait, what the heck? So it's like present. Are you actually doing stuff? Or are you just fooling me? I've seen many a blinking underscore in my days. You can't fool me. We're gonna go from HDMI to mini DisplayPort to regular DisplayPort. This is fine. Something tells me this isn't fine. Well, now I just don't get anything. Very cool. How does that happen? How does plugging in 2 adapters in a row make it so you can't even get video from the port that you were just getting video from? You gotta be kidding me, man. This stuff only happens to me, I swear. Okay, let's do this correctly. HDMI end into the capture card. DisplayPort end into DisplayPort port. You gotta be kidding me. What have I done? What have I done to deserve this? And here I was thinking this was gonna be a short video. I was like, oh, you know, it's just a normal computer. It's just gonna boot up and, you know, the BIOS just works and everything just works and we're just gonna boot it up and it's gonna install fine and boot and that'll be that. But no! Time to reset the BIOS. Where's the battery? Ah, there's the battery. Come on out. Nothing. That is super cool. Not even gonna lie, I actually don't really know what to do. Like, it's actually just broken. Did I seriously kill this thing by daisy chaining mini DisplayPort adapters together? There's no way. There's no way. I'm gonna take a moment. Just as mysteriously as it stopped working, it has started working again. I put the BIOS battery back in. I'm now using the proper HDMI to DisplayPort cable, and now it posts. However, it still doesn't boot. We are going to put the flash drive back in, and we're gonna reinstall Chimera OS. Except this time, we're gonna choose Advanced. That's it? Firmware overrides and unstable builds? Hell, we've already got an unstable build. Alright, use that. It's not working. Who was it that said that we should use Chimera OS? Nah, I don't even like Chimera OS. Get out of here. Nah, Bazzite. That's where it's at. Worked great on the Google Meet. Everything else that I wanted to try completely just doesn't run. It'll work great here too. What? Invalid image? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Alright, who said that we should be using Bazzite? No, I hate Bazzite. Windows is my favorite. There we go. Easy peasy. Look at that. We love Windows on this channel. Windows is the best. Windows just works. I'm sure we won't run into any problems with the fact that this thing only has 4 gigs of RAM, or God knows what CPU. No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh yeah, baby. That's what a good time looks like right there. Oh boy. And here we are. Ah, Windows 11. My favorite SteamOS. So you might notice that I've already got some stuff going on here, but I haven't seen the CPU yet, which we're gonna take a look at together right now. What? AMD R464L APU? What? I've never heard of anything like that. Huh, okay. Okay, well hey, look at this. Radeon HD graphics. That's pretty gaming. Okay, how many cores do we got? Oh, wow, this is a quad-core CPU. This is not as bad as I thought it was. I straight up thought that this was gonna be like an Intel Atom competitor or something. Okay. This is kind of workable. But this, ugh. Wait, no, hold on, 8 gigs. Wait, what? Hardware reserved 4.8 gigabytes? Huh, okay. I'm gonna need to do some investigating here. So what's the deal? I'm just gonna go through everything here till I can figure out... Oh, hey, look, it did say the CPU in the BIOS. But yeah, I'm just gonna go through everything until I can figure out why the heck we only have 4 gigs of RAM to work with if Windows is saying we have 8. That doesn't make any sense. I've got the graphics driver installing now, and while that's going, I wanted to take a look at this. I wanted to see what HW info says for the RAM. Oh, good memory. 4 gigs on memory module 0, and then 4 gigs on memory module 1. I don't understand. Look at this, memory size 8 gigabytes. What's going on? And it's not the GPU taking all of it. Look, 768 megabytes. Actually, what even is the GPU? AMD Radeon HD 7660G Trinity Devastator? Holy cow, Devastator graphics? Isn't that like the one really big construction transformer? Like the excavator and the bulldozer, and they all combine and make the big guy? We've got that guy as a graphics card. Dude! Trinity Devastator embedded. But seriously, what is going on with the RAM? So, you guys are not gonna believe this. This thing was like a prototype Steam box? You remember like old school SteamOS from back in the day? Like when Valve was making Steam machines with Alienware and all that stuff. Somehow this thing is related to all of that from back then? It was called the Piston? I genuinely had no idea. I was just like, oh hey look, little weird computer thing, okay cool, let's make a video about it. But like, what? And all of this lines up with the specs that are in this thing too. Quad-core Quad-core CPU, entry-level gaming graphics, Trinity. So, what the heck? See, this one says Piston on it. Mine just says XI3. Is this Valve Steam box? I don't know. Wait, what was that guy doing? Anyway, still struggling with this, and the graphics driver did not install, so I'm gonna keep working on that. Getting this thing all set up and ready to game took 10 billion years. Neither of us have that kind of time, so I'm gonna give you a rundown of what happened. The drivers from AMD didn't work at all. Neither these ones or the older Catalyst ones. Eventually, with enough Googling, I found my way onto this page from archive.org. It was a backup of all of the files that XI3 hosted for their computers back in the day. Importantly, this pack contained all the drivers. I installed the graphics drivers for the X7A model, which I believe is what mine is, but interestingly, these didn't work. However, after installing the XI3 Piston display driver, Windows actually picked it up. But the fight wasn't over yet. After a reboot, the computer would refuse to go back into Windows. It would just crash and reboot before it would get to the desktop. And I'm not too surprised since this driver was made for Windows 7. So let's push our luck a little bit less and take our OS back down a version to Windows 10. And there we go. Now it's working fine. But the RAM, it's still only using 4 gigabytes. What's the deal? Honestly, I still have no idea. But in the pack I downloaded from archive.org, there was a BIOS update file for the X7A. This version of the BIOS might be newer than the one I'm using right now, and it could fix this RAM problem. Either way, it's the only shot I have at using more than 4 gigs, so I know what I have to do. I booted into a Windows PE environment to run the BIOS update tool, and then I took a backup of the current BIOS just in case. After that was done, there was only one thing left to do. The only thing standing between me and 8 gigabytes of RAM was a file named Titan105.rom that I found on the internet. I hit enter, and the BIOS began flashing. Every percent that went by gave me equal parts excitement, hope, and dread. What if it failed? What if this wasn't the right BIOS for this device? What if it flashes, but it doesn't fix the RAM problem? What am I gonna do? But eventually it finished, and after a reboot, there it is. 8 gigabytes of glorious DDR3. Everything is now ready so that we can game on the XI3 computer that was kinda sorta made as a Steam machine from 2013 but then fell through so it didn't really happen, and also it looks like the Jimmy Neutron Hypercube. I won't even lie, I am beyond amazed right now. Flashing a random BIOS from the internet against my better judgment completely fixed the problem. During my troubleshooting, I did completely wipe the SSD and then I reinstalled Windows 10. But the graphics driver works on Windows 10 just fine, so that's good. But I do need to go and re-download all the games. We're gonna go from top to bottom. My prediction is this is gonna be too easy. This is also gonna be too easy. And then these two are gonna give this thing a run for its money. Portal 2 would have come out around the same time this thing was built, and Team Fortress 2 just runs like shit. The masochist in me requires me to play Counter-Strike 2, and since my space heater broke, I'm gonna run Doom Eternal. Without further ado, Half-Life. Yeah, no, this is nothing for this thing. Yeah, this is nothing for this thing. Yeah, this is nothing for this thing. Yeah, this is nothing for this thing. In conclusion, Half-Life is nothing for this thing. I do have to say though, the CPU temperature is a little bit high. Although I think this is like a mobile APU, so I guess that's probably fine. And above 30% CPU usage playing Half-Life is not great. Alright, well, easy enough. Let's try Half-Life 2. Alright, this is max settings, 1080p, Half-Life 2. It is barely clinging to 60 FPS. It is ringing out the GPU right now. And the CPU is only still at like 40-ish% utilization? What the heck? So we're definitely going to be limited by these crappy onboard graphics. I mean, I'd rather have the onboard Radeon graphics than like an Intel HD 3000 or whatever. Man, thank goodness we got the RAM increased. In Half-Life 2, we're almost using 4 gigs of RAM. This would have been as far as we could get, probably. I'm not even confident the game would launch, to be honest. Oh, and with that, Portal 2. Max settings, 1080p once again, getting a very Xbox 360-esque 30 FPS. Honestly, the worst part about this is just the mouse latency. This is with VSync off. Not great. I'm gonna see what we can do in the pursuit of 60 FPS. Hey, there we go. I dumped anti-aliasing and I dumped shaders. I think you can tell, but this is pretty good now. We are definitely using more than 4 gigs of RAM. But yeah, this is more than playable. This is straight up a good time. I'm actually pretty impressed with this thing. I was looking up what the CPU is comparable to earlier, and it's just about in line with like a 2nd gen desktop i3. So this is exceeding my expectations. And I haven't looked at what the GPU is about equivalent to. Ah, that's right. The internet keeps crapping out on this thing. Something is really wrong with either the driver or the Ethernet controller itself on here. I just have to disable and then re-enable the Ethernet controller, and then yeah. Alright, here's a couple of points of comparison for you guys. There's the iGPU in this thing, a GTX 750 Ti, and a GTX 1050 Ti. And as you can see, we're not exactly playing with power. Okay, you know earlier when I was playing Half-Life 2, I was dunking on the Intel integrated graphics of the era? Let's see. Okay, good. We are still better off with the Radeon. And kinda by a substantial amount. Okay. Imagine getting 7 FPS. I'll take my 10, thank you very much. Anyway, Team Fortress 2. Whoa, this is not great. 64-bit is coming soon, 64-bit is coming soon, 64-bit is coming. This is what we get until then. 25 FPS, if we're lucky. Alright, we're going N64 mode. I guess this is technically an improvement. Are you kidding me? I don't even know if I should blame the machine or TF2 for that one. Oh boy. Alright, one more time. Oh, is that so? Love this game. I love this game. I really, really like this game. Alright, well, rather than waste more time in Team Fortress 2, Counter-Strike 2. Please visit AMD support to download the latest driver. Sorry, Counter-Strike, but, there's no better driver. I can't even... Or is it loading? Oh my goodness, dude. Oh! Well, there he is. Quickly, change the settings. Alright, I'm not wasting any time. None, low. Okay, perfect. Does this even matter? Can I even choose this on this card? Okay, well, we'll see if that even does anything. And then, see you later resolution. Can we go any lower? Yeah, we can. Ah! There we go. I've learned my lesson with the bots, so I'm gonna play a real game. Look at that JPEG back there. Wow. You can count the number of pixels. Well, if there's no texture filtering, at least. Okay. Oh man. Okay. Nice. What the heck, dude? Where's the overlay? Okay, well, we can't see our frame rate, unfortunately. Hold on. I was also told that the in-game frame counter in CS2 causes performance issues, but it's all we've got, so I'll keep it on for now. Oh man. This is crazy. I've never even seen a game look like this. Is this like film grain in the game or something? This is bizarre. Okay, so now let's turn FPS counter off. I would not say that that is noticeably better. I want to get a kill.
I am a robot.
Oh, it's like all bots. I mean, I'm not the one calculating the bots, though, so it shouldn't be impacting my performance. Uh-oh. Ooh. I just spawn, the game freezes, and then I'm dead. What is going on? I think that's a gun. Oh. Okay. I want to try going a little higher, just so this game is playable. I know we don't exactly have the spare performance to back this up, but you never know. You never know. See, now this looks like a real video game again. Oh. Okay, never mind. Guess we're going to baggage. The frame rate is better. Frame times are worse. But when it's not stuttering so bad that my gun disappears, it's like 20 FPS. Chicken. Does that count as my 1 kill? Okay. Did I do it? No, I did not do it. No, I'm like anatomically correct Spider-Man. It's trying. There's no way it's not gonna crash. What? I feel like I'm gonna get VAC banned. I'm just gonna set off the wrong anti-cheat thing, and I'm never gonna be able to play this game again. I think that chicken was our 1 kill. GG Counter-Strike 2. And now finally, Doom Eternal. Oh. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? I didn't want to play Doom Eternal anyway. Oh boy. We're gonna dump the resolution scale. Everything else is already at low. And at 720p... it's fine. Well, down we go. Ah yes, the real Doom. We've found it. This is pretty bad. I could be wrong, but this feels worse than it did on the Google Meet. I mean, I guess the Google Meet is a good bit newer than this. So, the sorta, kinda, prototype Steam box looks like a Jimmy Neutron hypercube. How do we feel about it? It's fine. It's kinda cool. The I/O is pretty good. If you're an eSATA enjoyer, you're really gonna like it. But if you like your Ethernet port working consistently, you're not gonna like it. I don't know. The history of these devices is pretty cool. Apparently they weren't good enough for Valve, and I kinda see why. It ran up to Portal 2 okay. It's not bad. It's a hard little guy to hate. I don't know. I like it. Am I gonna turn it on ever again? Actually, I think I would. Because think back. Think back to the start of the 2010s. Microsoft wanted every app to be on the Microsoft Store, and Valve was shitting their pants about it. Valve starts developing SteamOS 1.0, and they release it to the public. I kinda wanna try this thing with OG SteamOS. The real SteamOS from back in the day. Because this is about as period correct as we're gonna get, apart from buying one of those official Alienware Steam machines. So that might be interesting. Let me know if you guys wanna see a video about that. I got something completely bonkers to show you guys. Okay, XI3 video just wrapped up, and since then, one of the guys that helped bring these things into existence that worked at XI3 back in the day had joined my Discord, and he was telling me a little more about that combo HDMI DisplayPort port. And me and some other members in the Discord were kind of just speculating. We were like, okay, well this was probably just like pin compatible DisplayPort that also could just send HDMI. You know, so you could have like a passive DisplayPort to HDMI adapter and it would just work. But then he chimed in and he gave me the most cursed knowledge of all time. So look at this, we're gonna set this guy to go from auto select HDMI to DisplayPort to just HDMI. Select that, gonna unplug the DisplayPort cable. And then plug in the HDMI cable. And now ready? Ready for this? This is a DisplayPort port, yeah? We're all in agreement of that? Considering this is a DisplayPort cable and it's going into there, you know, like it was made to do that. But ladies and gentlemen, what if I told you that you could take this here HDMI cable and plug that sucker right in? And not only that, but it just works. How is this not more of a thing? Why isn't this on like everything? Like it doesn't even feel janky. You know those weird like flippable USB ports that just feel awful and they're just like super loose? Yeah, no, this is not that. This feels like correct. What? It just works. And even better is that auto detection feature in the BIOS would have just picked it up. I didn't even have to switch it over to HDMI mode. It's just, my mind is utterly blown. What's even funnier is that when I saw that this was a DisplayPort / HDMI port when I was making the video, in the back of my head I was just like, I wonder if it fits both. No, there's no way. That's just a regular DisplayPort port. Now that I'm looking at it, it does look a little funky. And I don't know, maybe I'm just not looking at regular DisplayPort often enough. But at a glance, this just looks like a regular old port to me. So bizarre. Cause like normal HDMI, yeah, no, that don't fit. I don't think IT departments across the world would be having to replace so many laptops because Brenda from Financial couldn't figure out that this was not the right plug for this kind of port. Like, why haven't we been doing this? Unreal.
Bringus Sticker Pack 3, now available as magnets at Bringus.store.
The year is 2013. Valve is riding high off of some of their greatest game releases of all time. Left 4 Dead 2, Portal 2, CSGO, also Dota 2, but I will not be including it in that list for accuracy's sake. Outside the Valve hole, Nvidia was releasing the legendary GTX 700 series. Rockstar put out this little game, just a little indie title called Grand Theft Auto 5. You might have played it, or more likely just watched someone else play it.
So let's say Jesus enters my car and starts driving recklessly.
AMD was probably doing something, not sure though. And Microsoft put out their absolute game changer.
Introducing
Windows 8. Loathe it or hate it, Game Changer is exactly the right way to describe Windows 8 because it indirectly changed gaming forever. Gabe Newell, longtime Valve CEO but more recently a Stalker 2 player, tried Windows 8 when it released and said it was, quote, like this giant sadness. That's one hell of a review coming from the guy who's operating a multi-billion-dollar software company with a customer base that was comprised of 94.8% Windows users in 2013, and that statistic scared him shitless. The direction that Microsoft was taking with Windows was one that attempted to narrow the openness of the PC platform. They wanted it to become a simple, streamlined software experience, similar to that of everyone's favorite lockdown software hellscape, the iPhone. Microsoft saw the fat stacks that Apple was making off of the App Store, and they realized that if they could find a way to dam the natural flow of the river of software on Windows computers, they could be collecting a fee on every application that passes through it, much like the fees that developers have to pay Apple to host their apps on the App Store, even for free apps. And in a strong use of the do what Apple does but worse business strategy, that dam would come in the form of the highly anticipated Windows 8 App Store, which it would have had to be high to anticipate. It technically had apps, and you could technically download them, but they were all significantly worse than websites and traditional applications, and they were all highly optimized for touchscreens. And to the surprise of nobody but Microsoft, everyone disliked that. Looking out the window of his gaming empire in Bellevue, Washington, Gaben saw the fires of consumer retribution consuming the Microsoft headquarters just a few miles away in Redmond, and he knew what he had to do to stop the flames from spreading and consuming Valve as collateral damage. He grabbed his Debian Linux fire extinguisher, and he did what he had to do. Now that I've hooked you with that intro with my award-winning animation skills, and forced you to listen to my epic ad read, GG sponsor block users, it's time we learn about Steamboxes, SteamOS, and Steam Universe. And by we, I mean you, because I have other shit to do right now. So, go gadget Tyler McVicker.
Yeah, Gabe gave me the mission when we put the hardware lab together. He's like, Microsoft is threatening us with excluding the store from being on Windows 8. If we're gonna do this, I want to take Valve to the next level. The entire family participating in the living room on Steam. I want grandma, grandpa, all the way down to the grandkids having a great time on Steam.
And it started in a very abstract way. There was no set goal. But over time, it became clear that they needed to create their own operating system. They needed to create their own hardware to run that operating system. And if they wanted everybody to experience Steam, then they also needed to develop input devices to work with that hardware and software. Gabe Newell has been publicly jealous of Nintendo for years.
This is something that Miyamoto has always had. What the input devices and the design of systems should be like while he's trying to design a game. Our sense is that that's going to allow us to actually build much better entertainment experiences for people. The idea isn't like, oh, we suddenly thought we could make more money by building hardware, because hardware's actually traditionally been kind of a lousy, low-margin business. In order to take what we think are interesting steps forward in terms of the kinds of experiences we design, we need the ability to be thinking more about everything that the customer is doing.
So SteamOS is born. The Steam controller prototype is shown off, and Valve announces Steam Universe. They are coming to the living room with Steam boxes. They never designed their own Steam boxes to sell in a retail space. Instead, they OEM'd out those designs to third parties, which did not do well. SteamOS 2.0 was quietly dropped, and it seemed as if the team had completely fizzled out. This is the point that the team that would be working on this kind of hardware and software were instead working on virtual reality and Half-Life Alyx. But work on a living room box had quietly and slowly continued, with a few prototypes being made between 2016 and 2020. The only time we've actually seen this box in the quote-unquote wild was in the final hours of Half-Life Alyx. This exact box is sitting in there, and early iterations of what we are currently calling the Deckard, Valve's next standalone VR headset, originally had to be tethered to a compute unit. This is a prototype of that compute unit, but that is supposedly just a Steam Deck you wear on your face, and you get to use this crazy Xbox Duke-looking controller on a virtual theater screen that likely will have 3D depth built in. And although Valve may not always stick with whatever projects they're working on at a given time, when they do finish a project, it's usually going to push the industry forward. Hi, I'm Tyler McVicker. I used to go by Valve News Network, and I make YouTube videos about Valve software and a bunch of other stuff. I recently published a full-length documentary about the history of Half-Life 3, covering its development from 1998 all the way up to 2024. That is not a joke.
I took those and pushed them just a little further, but used those in both the Half-Life games, game.
What was that? Mike, I love you, but you only ever did music for Half-Life Alyx, right? In terms of Half-Life, it was just Alyx. And that video was the thing I am most proud of as a creator. If you're at all interested in learning about Deep Valve software history or id Software history or anything related to like 90s PC gaming, I think you'll like my YouTube channel. Link down below.
Now that you're educated, your degree's in the description by the way, you can understand the allure that these Steam boxes would have in current year. We barely got any of these things, and the ones we did get were fleeting and usually sucked, but at this point they've kinda got that Wii U appeal. It's been long enough that they've decayed into something cool. The rarest of them all was believed to be this prototype that Linus Tech Tips showed off. Valve only gave 300 of these out to beta testers back in 2013, and they never saw a retail release. But that one that Tyler mentioned from the final hours of Half-Life Alyx? Nothing. Valve never released it, never sent it out to testers. Hell, they've never even acknowledged that it exists. Thing's a ghost. Nobody knows anything about it. It's completely unknown and undocumented, but considering how much time is still left in this video, I'm sure you've realized that that's all about to change. As of right now, as I make this video, this unit is the only known Steam Machine variant of its kind that has ever made it outside of Valve HQ. So how did I get it? From two dudes named Jack and Mason, which is all they wanted to be credited as, and I do not blame them. Which reminds me, my Patreon is in the description if you want to help fund the imminent legal battle I'm gonna have to fight because of this video. So thank you, Jack and Mason. Now let's get a look at this thing. I still can't believe that this exists and is on my desk. Just looking at this thing, you would not really think much about it. If I saw it, I would just be like, oh, it's one of those crappy Inspirons or whatever. Like the Costco special slimline PC that your grandma has. But something about it's just not right. Like the completely blank faceplate, there's nothing on it. Really, the only thing here is 3 USB ports. A little bit of ventilation on the side, some more on that side, some ventilation on the top, and then around the back, a super basic rear I/O, all the audio jacks in the world, Ethernet, 4 USB ports, and a recovery button. What's the recovery button do? Well, we will be pressing that later. And then in the middle, we've got this rogue display port. It's not on the motherboard and it's not on the GPU. Oh yeah, we have a GPU, evidently made by MSI. And then a power plug right here for the power supply that is located right there. Is there anything on the bottom? Nope, nothing on the bottom. So like I was saying, it's just like a PC. You might expect something like this to be kind of Steam branded, you know, like this one. This is Dell Alienware's attempt at a Steam console back in the day. See, look at that right there. But this computer is just a black box. No Valve branding, no Steam branding, nothing. Not even like a serial number for the case. Does this case exist outside of this? I don't know. I have no idea. I haven't even opened this thing yet. And since there's really nothing else left to look at, I think it's about time that we find out what's inside this Valve Steam Machine thing that I'm definitely not supposed to have. It's got hard drives. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. We're on red alert. I'm not taking any risks. For game preservation's sake, I'm taking these out. If I can figure out how. There we go. Okay, there's 2 hard drives. The top one's a terabyte. Not sure about the bottom. They look the same though. Okay, want to get one thing out of the way. This video is for educational and entertainment purposes only. No files or data found inside of this computer will be shared, distributed, or made available in any way. I do not claim ownership of any copyrighted material or intellectual property that is on this hard drive. All rights belong to their respective owners. This video complies with fair use principles by discussing and analyzing historical and technical aspects without infringing on anyone's copyright. Please do not come after me. With that said, I'm gonna go make some images. Okay, that took a while. So they are both a terabyte. And I'm a little sorry I got your guys' hopes up with my legal disclaimer and everything, but I don't think there's anything on these. This one is literally empty, and this one just has what looks to be like a basic Windows 8, basic Windows 10 installation. Like you wiped your hard drive, reinstalled Windows, that's all that's on there. At least just looking at the file system. I took the images in a way that lets me scan them for deleted data. You know how like when you delete a file, it's not actually gone? You just told the hard drive, hey, it's okay for you to replace this with something else if you need to. The image that I took holds on to that old deleted data. So I'm running a few tools through it. We'll see if we can find anything cool. But for now, I guess we'll just throw them back in. We got this cute little power supply, this MSI GPU of some kind, this AMD looking ass motherboard, and a whole interposer riser system going on. There's a lot to sink our teeth into. Oh geez, but before we do that, I should at least power it on to make sure we're actually functional. I was told it works, and I've seen pictures of it working, but I haven't seen it working myself. And that's probably a good thing to validate. I wouldn't be surprised if it took one look at who owns it now and decided to just never work again. Whoa. Oh, where'd it go? There's like a little... Whoa. Okay, you gotta check this out. Watch this, ready? I'm gonna get my hand close. Whoa. That is so cool. And you know, I'm just now realizing that there's no power button on this thing, so... Power button? Whoa! Okay, that was really cool. Can we boot? Oh, yep. Ryzen 5 1400. I did already know that. 8 gigs of RAM. We'll address that in a second. Devices changed, CPU or memory or CMOS has been cleared. Enter setup to configure system. Okay. So the CMOS battery's probably dead, but also they replaced the RAM stick. The person I got it from replaced the RAM stick with this G-Skill one. I'm not exactly sure why, but let's put this one back in. Oh man, this power button though, way too cool. I knew it was gonna have this ring here because, well, in the picture it has that ring, but I didn't think it was gonna like react to your presence. How does that even work? I like the little beep it makes. It makes the same little beep that the Steam controller makes and the Steam Deck. Little Valve gaming beeps. I like them. Okay, goodbye G-Skill. That's a 4 gig stick. This is also a 4 gig stick. I believe the Patriot is faster and it matches. 8 gigs of RAM is obviously not great, but it'll be enough to get us booted for now. I want to peruse the BIOS a little bit. Gonna need my BIOS perusing keyboard. You know the one. Hold on, let me get you guys that good. All right, ready? Oh. The system date defaulted to 1/1/2017. There's also copyright 2018, so I imagine this thing was put together around then. Physical memory says 4096 megabytes. Ah, maybe that Patriot stick is bad. Oh, there is a keyboard button. Huh. I rarely see that. I only see that on like tablets or a laptop with like a touchscreen. Now that is interesting. I want to speculate, but I don't really know anything about this thing. Wi-Fi controller. Oh, I guess there is a Wi-Fi controller. Right in there. Well, it's not really much of a BIOS. We don't even know who the manufacturer of the board is. I guess it's time we see what's on that hard drive. And I think if I was told correct information... I was! That is so cool. If that right there doesn't give an air of legitimacy to this thing, I don't know what does. Damn. That is just so cool. Okay, Windows 10, as expected. It's, not going too fast. I guess I did take 4 gigs of RAM away. We're also booting off a hard drive. The fact that the user is named PC does not give me too much hope. Yeah, that looks like a fresh copy of Windows 10 to me. Oh, excuse me, we have user benchmark and the user benchmark installer, but other than that, she is pretty empty. Oh, thank goodness, we have Razer software. Yeah, I'm not seeing much of anything. As far as I can tell, this is your basic fresh Windows install. And yeah, the other hard drive, it's just empty. Recycle bin, cleared. So, like I said earlier, the image that I took will let me recover any deleted data, and I will report back when I do a more comprehensive search of the hard drives. You guys can't really see this, but this says Radeon. That doesn't surprise me too much if they were intending to put SteamOS on this thing, because AMD plays nice with it. RX 580? Yeah, I thought that looked familiar. This is an RX 480, but same thing. Oh. We are rebooting. Very good, very stable. I'm sure our bad RAM stick is not helping. I would like to see who it says made this thing. MSI. System model Valve Steambox. Well, I mean, obviously, but like, they said the thing. Valve said the thing. I don't know, that's just, I like that. That makes me all warm and fuzzy. So it's an MSI A320M Pro VD/S. Is that like a real motherboard? Yes, but also no. That is not that. For one, that's ITX, and two, I mean, just look at this. We didn't have VGA or DVI. That's not even like remotely the same. There isn't even anywhere to put a Wi-Fi card on this one. Okay, my guess is that this is a very custom board, loosely based off of that motherboard, and they just threw the BIOS for that on here. I mean, as long as it's got the same chipset, it should kind of work. This knowledge brought to you by someone who's never built a motherboard. Okay, so we know what this is, but I never bothered looking up this MS7B39. And when you look that up, almost every single Google result is for the schematic of the motherboard. And just giving this thing a quick look, that is the board. This part is being filmed out of order, so I'm already familiar with the entire board, so I can confirm that's the board. And they're just selling the schematic for like 100 rub, and I'm just so confused. Because the A320M Pro VDS is its own weird little micro ATX thing like we saw. And then this is just like the little ITX thing that's in here. I don't know what to think of this. I think that board is like a bespoke Valve board that they designed. But if that's the case, why is this just floating around on devicedb.xyz? And how much is 100 rub? Man, Valve Steambox though. It's just like, it's real. Like, to some extent, we've kind of known about this thing, but also not. Because at one point, sadly, it's Bradley took this picture. Well, okay, he didn't take the picture. It was in the final hours of Half-Life Alyx, which was like a little documentary thing that Valve did. This was just like in the background of one of the shots. Now, this is not this. It is pretty damn close, but it's not the same thing. The Steambox from the final hours has 2 horizontal USB ports right there. Mine has 3 that are vertical, and 1 is a Type-C. This one just has 2 Type-A's. So like I said, very similar, and either way, this is the closest we're ever gonna get to that machine. As far as I'm aware, this is the only one that's ever made it outside of Bellevue. I have downloaded GPU-Z and HWinfo64. I assumed that our CPU was just a regular Ryzen 5 1400, and that appears to be correct. The motherboard is being reported as that same A320M from earlier. Chipset is AMD, what? Promontory / Bixby.
Hi, Bixby.
Bixby looking ass motherboard. Okay, that's just the code name for that family of chipsets. And the GPU is the MSI RX 580. We already knew that. Oh, nice, it's the 8 gig version. Okay, well this didn't really tell us anything we didn't already know. GPU-Z. Yep. That's an RX 580. Stop being so normal. Be interesting. I think if we want to get to the real interesting bits, we're gonna have to dig. Okay, the goal is 0 irreparable harm. None. The Valve enthusiast community cannot afford for this thing to break. And also, it would make me unbelievably sad. These little clips are very prone to breaking, so we're going to be very careful. Oh. Never mind. The rest of the clips are on the bottom. I can get to that one, but I think there's 2 more under here and here. So we're just gonna put those back for now. I do want to take that off eventually though, because I need to see how that power button thing works. It's so cool. Jeez, where do we start? I guess let's go with the GPU. Oh, wow. This little GPU retainer bracket thing, this is not universal. This cannot be extended or contracted in any way. This is made specifically for this variant of the RX 580 and pretty much nothing else. I could be wrong because I don't own one, but I think you could also fit a Vega 56 right here. There's just like a little bit of extra room. And what is going on here? GPU into like a 3/4 inch riser into a right angle riser. I mean, the more that I think about it, I can't really think of a better way to do it. Yep, that's your typical RX 580. Then off comes riser 1. Oh, excuse me. Finger 1. And then finger 2. Oh, hold on. We have some mysteries here. Okay, this is not your average riser. This is a PCIe by 16 riser right here, like you'd expect. And this looks like a second PCIe by 1 in front of it. So that means the socket on the motherboard. Whoa, yeah, that's weird. It's got 2 PCIe slots, one just right after the other. Oh, that's strange. Oh, wow. Okay, well, hold on. There's a little bit more on this thing. There's a internal mini display port, I think that is. That was facing like this. That was facing into the computer. And then this is that rogue display port that we saw earlier on the back. And then what's the deal with the standoffs? Those look like M.2 standoffs. Oh, also, this is not finger 2. This is just finger. Don't get it twisted. What's on the back? Oh, well, there it is. Wacky. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Hold on, let's look at the traces. The traces are just these pathways here on the board. If we can trace those back to a certain area, we can kind of figure out where this thing is connected to and what it might do. So from the full-size DisplayPort connector, we're going down here, and we go all the way across the main PCIe slot, and then over to the mini DisplayPort port right here. So this is just a pass-through for this, or this is a pass-through for this. I don't know. And then how does the M.2 factor in? Those traces just end up here and then stop, but those little holes means that they continue on the other side of the board. And now I'm not as confident about this one, but then it looks like it continues on this way. And that makes sense because this is just a little tiny PCIe connector, and an M.2 socket is essentially also a little tiny PCIe connector, kind of. So that's not that weird. The weirder thing to me is definitely the display ports. What are they for? I don't know. I'm gonna go crazy thinking about it. Hey, what's up? I realized I haven't plugged anything in a while. So I also found this prototype Steam controller, and I made a video about it on my second channel, this one right here. You know where to find it. Thought you might find that kind of cool. Anyway. There's another bracket here, but that is just the AC cable input and the power switch. Nothing too fancy. Oh, there's these little hooks here for the bottom panel. Oh, that just comes off. Oh yeah, there's screws and everything. I didn't even notice. I think we can just... Ooh. And there's the side panel. Please. Please nothing fall out. Oh, all right. We got access to those clips for the front panel. So I think now we do take that off. I gotta be really careful. There might be like a hidden ribbon cable to that front power button light thing. Are we good? Are we good? No ribbon cable. Oh, I think something got messed up. Oh. Oh, there's a little LED thing. I don't know what this is. It was glued in place. That's fine. I can glue that back in place. Now this is fancy. So there's a ring of like 12 or so LEDs. Got a few more over here. I don't recall these ever turning on. That's interesting. Well, there's another one here. And then this looks like an infrared receiver. And I wonder if that's an infrared LED. That probably does all the detecting. It's just a guess though. I have no idea what I'm talking about. A little bit of spring action going on. There's actually a handful of physical buttons. You can't access those normally. Yeah, at least in this stage of development, those LEDs would go here, that little row of 4, but that is just black plastic. Let's see, what if I shine a light through it? So there's the main one. Oh, that looks so cool. No, there's no way you're getting any light there. This is so freaking cool. It looks like an eclipse. I hope they use that in whatever cursed official Steam machine thing that happens. And then there's definitely no way to hit any of these physical buttons. That's so weird. Okay, we're gonna have to boot this thing up at some point with this off because I wanna see if those LEDs do anything and I wanna see if these buttons do anything. And I still have to glue that. There are screws on this thing, but I'm not gonna take those off. It looks like there's just like a pogo pin connector right here that's electrically connecting things. There's an FFC connector right here. No idea what that could be for. I am really starting to think that MSI OEM'd this whole computer because they've got these MS part numbers on them. Well, this is weird. I think this is just a USB-A just chilling on the board. It's 3.0. What does that go to? That goes to this front panel plug. Oh, what? This is, what's it called? Yeah, huh, interesting. That is iQue. Longtime Bringus viewers will know that iQue is how you can send a PCIe signal pretty far, but in this case, they're just sending a USB 3 signal. But this cable actually splits in two. So one half of it goes to that USB 3 on the motherboard right there, but then the other half, it goes to this? What is this? Oh, that's a mini display port. Okay. But why? I'm trying to use all of my brain cells. Okay, this goes here, mini display port plugs into that, and then that goes to the iQue here to the front panel, where we have a USB-C and two USB-As. The Type-C port could be for video. Oh, is it for VR? If right now you're thinking, well, yeah, of course it's for VR. You said that at the beginning of the video. Past John had unfortunately not watched this video yet, so he did not know that. Okay, so you plug this in. You have a DisplayPort cable going from your GPU into here. That gets extended down here and then over to the Type-C port. And then this Type-C port is doing video over DisplayPort over Type-C. I don't own a Valve Index, but I'd bet you anything. Okay, I guess not. I was gonna say I bet the Index has a Type-C for video, but that does not look to be the case. However, this connector for the Index, interestingly, also uses a iQue connector. Well, okay, so if it was for VR, then they would probably just want to stick a DisplayPort right on the front, not USB-C. And if they wanted to use VirtualLink was a short-lived attempt by the VR industry to simplify the connections between a PC and a wired PC VR headset. Pretend this is like a Vive or something. Traditionally, you would have a video cable, a USB cable, and a power cable, usually with some box thing involved. VirtualLink promised that all of that could just be reduced down to a single USB-C cable. And that promise was supported by big names like Nvidia, AMD, Oculus, Microsoft, and of course, Valve. Valve backed it as an industry standard and even planned to ship a VirtualLink cable for the Index, but that never ended up happening. In fact, nothing ended up ever happening with VirtualLink. By 2020, VirtualLink was dead on arrival, with effectively zero headsets supporting the standard. GPU makers went buck wild with it though. You can find fully functional VirtualLink ports on almost every RTX 2070 and 2080 card, and on a handful of AMD Radeon RX 6000 cards, like that one right there. But by both companies' next generation of cards, the Type-C VirtualLink port was removed. The only thing still for sale today that even remotely resembles VirtualLink is actually the PSVR 2, which is said to be using some kind of a Frankenstein version of the standard for its single USB-C cable connection. You know, I wonder if that would just work without the PC adapter on this thing. But if VirtualLink was so great, why was it never adopted? Valve cited signal integrity issues for its failure, which I find kind of funny because today we can output to multiple 4K monitors over a single Type-C cable, no problem. And you could even like connect a bunch of devices to these things and even output like 240 watts of power. I guess VirtualLink was just a little too early. And so if that was a Type-C that was extended all the way out here just to a Type-C, I could see you plugging in a little patch cable there and then boom, VirtualLink. But that's... I don't know. I will confer with the experts. I'm at my VR and obscure Valve knowledge end. Luckily, I know where I can get a lot more of that. But when we put this back together, I want to plug that mini display port in. We'll try some stuff. Another kind of interesting discovery. So the front power button light circle thing, that's got a big old connector that has 2 different cables coming off of it. One of those cables goes all the way to here. This header is labeled USB. The other header is this one. And I believe, yep, that is going into the front panel. So this is your front I/O, this is USB. It could just be pulling USB for power, but I don't think that would be the case. So something on here communicates over USB. There's more going on here than just a cool lighty-uppy button. Okay, out comes the board. And there it is. Other than this weirdness, it's kind of just AM4 ITX motherboard. Oh, it's got one of those crummy CMOS batteries. That sucks. Okay, I'm gonna have to order that. Here is a part number. Oh, there's another fan header on there. Oh, wow. I just realized that there's no case fans. There's none. The power supply isn't going to provide any airflow because it pulls in air through the top and then just sends it right out the back. I think we should repaste this. I mean, it was built 8 years ago. I probably should. Oh, real quick. Anything on the back? No? Okay. I hope the CPU is not gonna come with it. Okay, thank goodness. Oh yeah, that's that good OEM stuff right there. Crust City, baby. Oh man, I can probably kiss a Valve tour goodbye, huh? I don't exactly think they're gonna see me as a buddy after this. I'm sorry, it's just too cool. I can't not share it with my internet friends. I couldn't resist. Now that's good to go. And now we can finally take out the power supply, which, to be honest, I don't really know why I'm doing. And there you go. FSP Dagger 500 watt. Oh, interesting. This also has an MSI part number. There was only one USB-A plug, yet there are 2 USB-A ports on the front. I think there's a USB hub inside of here. And to test that theory, I will use the tried and true method of connecting random crap to an Android phone. So with just one cable, we can connect a keyboard here. No, we can't. Maybe it needs that 12-volt power. Aha! And then we can plug the other USB-A in. And look at that, we can still use our keyboard even though it's the same plug right here. So there is a hub in there. Now what'll be really interesting is if we can use that Type-C port on the front too. And yes, that is interesting. Part of me thought that that Type-C port was only gonna work for video, but I guess it can do USB and video like a proper Type-C implementation. Hey, you never know with this in development stuff. Okay, well, I think that is about as taken apart as this thing is gonna get. All right, untakes apart your Steam computer. Shh. This is our little secret. So this thing is all good now. And while it is put together, but does not have a faceplate on, I figured we should see what those extra buttons and LEDs do. Okay, it is plugged in, and you'll notice that the thing where you get close and then it lights up does not work anymore. There's something in the faceplate itself that lets that happen, apparently. The springs make contact with what looks like graphite pads or something on the faceplate. I don't know, maybe those work like antennas or something. What if we touch it? Oh, yep, that'll do it. But not these ones, just the center one. Oh, one of the LEDs went off. Watch that top one. 2 of them went off. What does it mean? Okay, I'm just gonna hold it. There's a green one over here. They're not very descriptive. That just says LED 3, and the other ones are 17, 16, 15, 18. I wonder how you get those bottom 2 to turn on. I will now be hitting this button. That did nothing. Oh, wait. I think that's like a supplemental power button. Let me hit it again. Okay, this button down here. Nothing. Hold. Nothing. This one. Whoa, this one flashes the ring. This one. Oh, that makes those LEDs turn red. So I wonder if these are just like self-test buttons. This one's definitely a power button. I just can't seem to figure out what this first one down here does. Maybe it'll do something in Windows. Yeah, I don't know what this does. I think there's a hard drive activity LED up here. Because if I copy some files, look at that, it's going nuts. Oh. Well, the screen turned off, and then it came right back on. Look at this, in Device Manager, I'm gonna hit it. It refreshes. What's going on there? Hold on, let's open up USB DView. Oh, look what we got here. VR interface adapter. I think my theory was right. Wait, there's a Steam controller? I didn't plug a Steam controller into this. A Steam controller was plugged in 2023? Oh, everything is 2023. That's the date of the computer. Wait, it says the Steam controller is plugged in right now. The Steam controller is in the room with us right now. That is so weird. We're gonna have to investigate that. We've also got front panel test. Okay, so what if I hit the button now? Front panel test did something. Okay, well, I think that's all we're gonna figure out about those buttons. And I want to see what that internal Steam controller device is all about. And the VR interface, I was totally right. Before we dig into that though, I am really sick of using Windows off of a hard drive. We got a few upgrades to do. Goodbye, original hard drives. I'm going to install one of my own, just in case. I'm also gonna put in this 512 gigabyte NVMe. Hopefully this NVMe slot over here actually works. In you go. Oh, this does not feel good. Sideways NVMe. This is truly terrible. And we're also gonna give ourselves a RAM upgrade. Goodbye, broken stick. Now we got 16 gigs of DDR4. I considered 32, but I think we're going to run into considerable bottlenecks with our first gen Ryzen CPU and our RX 580 GPU. 16 should do just fine. Please excuse me while I soft my Michael. Don't worry, SteamOS will come later. It really does not want to install Windows. It just gets to this Steam logo and then boot loops. I can hit F11 and then get to here, but if I select it, it just hangs and then boot loop. Okay, it's Ford time. Oh wait, right as I unplug it? Are you kidding me? Okay, wait, it's not Ford time yet. Can we put it back in and say sorry? Shift F10, disk part, list disk, list vol, letter C, exit, C, setup.exe. Ah! No! Well, I tried. Let's see if it can magically figure it out now. No, don't boot the random ass copy of Ubuntu that's on that SSD. Okay, I'm using the Ford flash drive. The Ford flash drive is Ventoy. I have mixed feelings about Ventoy, but if we can boot the Windows installer... which we can't. Alright, you get one more try, Ventoy. We're gonna do Wimboot. Why? Okay, I looked at the MSI website for the A320M Pro VDS. There's no F6 driver for that motherboard. There really shouldn't need to be one. Oh sure, Windows 10 works. No, that's not right. I'm gonna make a new Windows 11 installer, hold on. It can't even see it. What is your problem? I don't know. This is so weird. All right, I have a nuclear solution, but before we do that, remember that recovery button from earlier? What happens if we boot while pressing that? Oh, it just goes to the BIOS. That's cool, I guess. I was hoping that was just gonna start, like, restoring some operating system to the hard drive. That was wishful thinking on my part. Okay, nuclear option time. We take this stupid B-Link, open it up, take out its SSD, take out this SSD, put it in there, power it on, install Windows, and then we take it back out, put it back in, and one Microsoft. All right, we now have Steam. See you later, you piece of shit. Oh, I just had a really good idea. Can we do the hardware survey? Unfortunately, I don't think you can force a survey. Yeah. Man, that would be so funny. What are we doing? Oh, Steam controller. No controllers detected. Let's look at USB DView again. Oh, we got a lot of Steam controllers now. That is really weird. What if I was also to plug in a Steam controller, huh? There are now a lot more Steam controllers. Oh, hold on, I get it. Unplug mine, pair a Steam controller, X plus Steam. Yep, that's it! This motherboard has an onboard Steam controller dongle. I mean, like, duh. Like, why wouldn't it? I mean, it just makes sense. It makes so much sense. Oh, yikes, that's a great frame rate. Realistically, it's probably in here, not in the motherboard. But it simply makes sense. I like when it makes sense. Okay, this is an abomination. Okay, I gotta try something. Do you think we can... Oh, damn. I really thought they would have made it so you can power on the computer with the controller. I'm sure they would have wanted to, they just didn't get there quite yet. What? What is this? Wait, diagnosing your PC? All I did was install a driver. Windows, I diagnose you with brain damage, Windows. So you're really not gonna boot? This is an official AMD driver installation moment. We're doing a lot of boot looping and not a lot of booting. Well, safe mode didn't work. I guess we are factory resetting this. I love mysterious hardware. Oh, it always works so good. You may notice this is not Windows 11. Yeah, that reset, that didn't work at all. Something about 11, this thing, oh, it just really does not like Windows 11. Oh, wait, what? I can eject the VR interface adapter? No, I don't want to do that. What I want to do is take this here DisplayPort cable, plug one end into the GPU, plug the other end into the riser. Now, if my theory is correct, we can take this monitor, plug it into the Type-C port, and... No? Nothing? Wait, no, we got two screens. Hold on, back in. Well, where'd it go? Don't gaslight me, I saw it. There it is. I don't know why it's not showing up on the screen. The information about the connected display, this is correct. It's 1920 by 1280. Something's just not quite... Oh, wait, there it goes. Not gonna lie, I don't have a clue what I did. Yep, look at that. My theory was correct. So this computer had something to do with Steam controllers and Virtual Link before it was canned. All right, and now just for shits and giggles, what happens if we eject it? Well, it's still working. Okay, a couple mysteries solved. This has gotta be one of the only desktop computers with a Type-C video output on it that isn't on the GPU and isn't some weird mini PC. Granted, you do have to do this mess of a solution. I mean, but at least doing it that way, you can take out this GPU and put a different one in there, throw your cable around it, and then you can still use your Type-C port for video out. That's pretty cool. This would have been just like a baller bare-bones chassis thing if Valve sold it. But I mean, if I had to choose between them selling this or like the Steam Deck, yeah, I'd choose the Steam Deck. But what if you didn't have to choose? What if we installed the Steam Deck's operating system on this computer? Now, this is not a foreign concept to veteran viewers of this channel. I've been on that SteamOS since before you even knew what a Steam Deck was. And normally what you're gonna do is use some community-made Linux distro that is very close to the actual Steam Deck operating system, something like Bazzite or Chimera OS or HoloISO if you really hate yourself. But today, I really, really hate myself. This is just the Steam Deck recovery image flashed to this flash drive, and we're gonna just install it on this. You can do this. In fact, Linus did it. It's usually not recommended though, because usually there's a lot of... It's not typically recommended though, because the community distributions like Bazzite, they tend to include a lot of fixes and compatibility for older hardware, and for hardware that, you know, is not a Steam Deck. But I'm not a do what's typically advised kind of guy. Cool. Oh yeah, sure, okay. Won't boot off the nicest, fastest flash drive I own, but you will boot off the piece of crap Kingston one that I literally found on the ground the other day. Oh, sideways Linux moment. And here we are. Okay, we're in the installer. I think we want this. Proceed. Huge L. No, don't say that. Oh, we're going at 14 megabytes per second, baby. That's that USB 2 speed right there. Okay, this is gonna take a while. Reimaging complete. Choose proceed to reboot the Steam Deck now. Okay. Proceed. There's no way this thing's just gonna boot. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Oh, that's not even a boot loop. He's just dead. Oh, he's not dead at all. SteamOS is alive and well. On one hand, you could say, oh, you shouldn't be surprised. It's the Steam computer. But you also got to remember that this thing is from like 2017, 2018. Steam Deck came out in 2022. I mean, depending on how long they were working on SteamOS, these also could have been super early test mules. I wouldn't write it off. They went all AMD. For some reason, there's a lot of time between boot ups. It just leaves you with this black screen to think about your choices. According to this, we're doing stuff. Oh, actually, I think I know what's going on here. I had this same problem when I was putting my living room PC together. I was gonna put the RX 480 into that, but it would just black screen on boot. I bet this is the same problem. Oh, come on, it almost fits. This is a Radeon RX 6950 XT. It is very powerful, but more importantly, it is kind of recent. So is that all we need to boot into SteamOS? Actually, no, this is stupid. I'm not doing that. Oh, it doesn't fit. I hate everything about this. All right, let's see if it works. 3, 2, 1, on. We have video, but do we have SteamOS? Oh, yep, that was it. It was just that problematic Polaris GPU. All right, well, are we really even gaming on this if we attached a big honkin' GPU to it? Not really. I don't know if the Steam Deck recovery image is gonna be the way to go here. It's okay, it's okay. There is a solution. And that solution is called using Bazzite like I just should have done earlier. Bazzite has a fix for Polaris GPUs, at least it's supposed to. And yes, I learn from my mistakes. I promise I will not format the installation media this time. Installing. And there it is. Bazzite simply cannot stop winning. And I simply would like to connect this Steam controller. Are we still good? Oh. I think we gotta go do the pairing process again. Pair Steam controller, X plus Steam. Are we good? Hell yeah. Okay, we're doing the thing. We're in SteamOS, kind of, on the Steam box. I'm going to now install a bunch of games to this thing, and then we can finally know what it would be like if Valve released a Steam computer home console thing in the year 2017-ish. I am now wearing my finest Valve merch, and I am now ready to have the greatest Valve experience of all time. Oh, also, it can do this now. Don't know how, it just can. And like this device was intended to be used, we are using it as if it was a living room game console, controller only, no keyboard necessary, and we're gonna play some games of the era. Doom, Prey, Red Dead Redemption 2, and then that's kinda not this thing's era anymore, but also some other stuff maybe. And of course Half-Life Alyx. But we're gonna have to play that on Windows because Steam VR on Linux is a world of pain that I did not schedule time for today. There's kind of like a yellow overlay. It's got like a warm filter on it. I've seen this a few other times on SteamOS or Bazzite or whatever you want to call it. It kind of just happens. Okay, we're gonna do 1080p, FXAA, motion blur off, Vulkan, overall quality ultra, and then all the rest of this. All right, we are immediately at 60 FPS. Holy crap! A little sensitive? That's a little better. Oh boy, I am gonna suck ass with this controller. Well, a little more than normal at least. I'm so excited for the Steam controller too. Like, I get it. I do get it. This controller is cool. It's really cool. And like, for brief moments in time, it does click in my brain. And the Steam Deck very much clicks in my little brain. So I think the new Steam controller, if it's just a screenless Steam Deck, like I really hope it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be excellent. Okay, so this thing is just blowing through this game. Everything ultra, 60 FPS, no problem, not even a dip. You can pre-order Doom the Dark Ages from Doom 2016. That's wild. Okay, so 2016, this would have come out a year or maybe 2 before when this thing was made. I don't know, it's hard to tell. Prey should be like right smack in the middle of when this thing was made. 1080p, no VSync, preset very high, very high. And this is the part where you guys find out that I've never actually really played this game. I started it years ago. I got like 15 minutes in. I've heard it's a good game. I do want to play it. Actually, why don't I just play the whole game right now? You guys have time, right? Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but the computer is making a little bit more fan noise than it was last time. Oh, I haven't even really looked at the temperatures at all. Okay, so we're 78 on the GPU, 50 on the CPU. That is an excellent CPU temperature. The GPU is not too bad. Put on your TranStar uniform. What do you mean, this TranStar uniform? RG? What is RG? Is that the grip? Yes, it is. Wait, this game has like native Steam controller buttons? I didn't think any game had that. That's crazy.
Morning, Mr. Yu.
Good morning. I always thought this intro was pretty cool. I mean, that's pretty much all I saw of the game, so.
For this first test, I'd like you to remove the boxes from the red circle as quickly as you can.
Physically fit.
Do your best to hide in this room.
To
Take
hide?
your time, relax, think it over.
My brother in Christ. What if I just don't?
Any synaptic register at all? No?
Brain appeared to be empty, he says. You're planning a vacation. Go somewhere familiar you know you love, or try something new? New. You've been sentenced to death for your actions. How does this make you feel? Calm. It was worth it. A runaway train is bearing down on 5 people who are tied to the track. Oh, is this the trolley problem? Oh, this is the trolley problem. Maximum carnage. Let's go.
Not your problem, right?
Damn straight. Oh, what the? It's been black for like a minute. I can't save the game. Huh? Oh, something is actually wrong. Okay, well, that's unfortunate, but it's also a good place to stop. Okay, well, that ran perfect the entire time. This should push it a good bit harder. Oh, we were so close. Okay, Rockstar, I'll plug in a keyboard. I know you can type it without one, technically, but no. All right, we're maxing it out. Oh, there we go. Some actual work being put in. That CPU is just chilling, literally. 47? That thing won't heat up to save its life. All right, so we're getting like 30 FPS. The temperatures really are great for how loud it is. And by how loud, I mean how loud it isn't. You can barely hear that thing. There's no case fans. Yeah, 30 FPS very consistently. Okay, things are running too good. We're gonna skip these two, go straight up to Forza Horizon 4. Oh, of course you need me to log in. God damn it, Microsoft. What? Sign in is blocked.
Don't get blocked.
I entered it one time. Recover? No, there's nothing to recover. Okay. Well, that was a bit dramatic, Xbox. All right, 1080p, ultra quality, you know the drill. VSync off. Wow, yep, this thing is also just blowing right past 60 FPS. Man, this thing would have made for a killer living room PC. Yeah, I don't know, it's just good. Okay, VR time. Okay, here we are in Half-Life Alyx. This took a considerable amount of time to set up. I would like to thank the Minions Bob router. There he is right there. Thank you, Bob. He is how we are doing our wireless PC VR today. Now you may be thinking to yourself, why are you even bothering?
I got a dead zombie here. I thought the combine
That's kind of loud.
QZ.
Why am I even bothering with wireless PC VR when we have that Type-C port on the front with Virtual Link and all that? And the reason is because there are like 0 Virtual Link headsets. So unfortunately, how do you wear the hat? So because there are like no Virtual Link headsets, we just have to go wireless. Or we could go USB in, but it's not actually Virtual Link. That would just be USB protocol. But don't worry about it, don't worry about it. This is running pretty good. Every once in a while, AirLink just completely craps itself and it goes to like 0.2 FPS. But other than that, I mean, I'll have to take a look at the recording later because the recording looks a hell of a lot better than what's actually happening in my headset. And the recording is what matters. I don't remember how to put this hat on. Oh, hey, I did it! But we're on maximum settings right now. This is great. This computer would have been so damn cool if it came out in 2017, 2018, or whatever. It'd be cool as hell if they released it today. Oh, Airlink just crashed. Okay, well, that was a fun 5 minutes. All right, well, you guys get the idea. This computer, it's amazing. Thank you for watching this video. Oh, and if you could, I'd appreciate it. I'll see you in the next one.